Hey, everybody. Welcome to Umineko episode 3. We are continuing on, and of course, as always, we are joined by Kat.
Hi. I'm here. I'm alive, mostly. I sound like shit, actually, now that I think about it. Maybe I should, practice talking on my own when I don't have anyone over or I'm not on any calls.
Yeah,
Just to keep this from
maybe.
happening. Did you hit the save button for the new title? Because it still says return from vacation on my end.
Let me hit done there.
Yep, that'll do it. So how you been the last few days? Since we were live last.
I have been doing good. Like I told you on Discord, yesterday I played the early access for Ender Magnolia.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that, actually.
The spoiler-free version is, I recommend it. It is Ender Lilies, but better.
Welcome, Bedwards. Hello.
Oh yes, welcome, Bedwards.
I wish I liked Metroidvanias more.
That's fair.
I think the only one I've ever liked is Bloodstained Ritual of the Night.
Yeah, that's fair.
That and more Dark Souls types like Salt and Sanctuary and Salt and Sacrifice.
Yeah,
it is Unworthy too, but it was kind of small and not very famous. So I don't know if anyone will even recognize the name Unworthy. But back when I streamed and did YouTube stuff more and all my podcasts, it was one of the games that I got for free from the dev. And he just sent it over, and I really liked it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, so Ender Lilies in general, both Ender Lilies and Ender Magnolia, are very Dark Souls inspired. Especially Ender Lilies does deal with a lot of undead.
I do remember that much because I watched Indie Mouse's video on it. Because he's a funny man.
Yeah,
I'll watch basically everything he makes. So
yeah, so the kind of format is you do kind of play more of a small child, and it's your abilities that attack because they are actual. And
you summon the undead that you defeat or something like that.
Yep, basically. Like a lot of your skills are ones you beat. The differences in Ender Magnolia are, first off, they are more chatty, so you get more backstory and lore relevant stuff through actually talking to people.
Hell yeah, that's always nice.
Yeah, which is a lot better than reading, a bunch of different notes, which there are still notes, but there's a good variety, I think. In Ender Magnolia, the central thing is actually on homunculi.
Rather than undead, I assume?
Yeah.
It could be interesting. Not a lot of people actually, do shenanigans with homunculi.
Yep.
And every time it comes up, I'm going to remember us finding out on stream exactly how homunculi are made and how gross it is.
Yeah, more than a little bit. Homunculi, yeah. Let's see.
Just leaving a pile of horse shit on the ground for 40 days.
Yeah.
That's awful.
The main attack, because in both Ender Lilies and Ender Magnolia, you do have your first summon, basically, that is your main attack. In Ender Lilies, it is just a sword, which works just fine. But in Ender Magnolia, you actually get different versions that you can unlock.
Right
So
on.
it starts as a sword, but you can also get a scythe and an axe. You can only have one at a time at your loadout that you can change at the bonfire equivalents. But it does add some variety and does fix one of the problems in Ender Lilies in that your main attack does not get upgrades until like the very end of the game.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, like I do not know why they set it up that way, other than I don't actually, yeah, I really don't know why they didn't like, you know, spread those out a little bit more.
I wish there was like an easy way to make stuff that's like in game. Like you get to like play with it more in various games. You know, like the example I'm thinking of is Melania's rune in Elden Ring, right? Like you can't get to the Halig tree until very nearly the end of the game. So even if you go down there and beat the optional super boss and get the cool rune and everything, you just don't get to use it
Yeah, you
for the most
basically,
part.
yeah,
Like you get like one area, if that, that you get to use it in, and that's it.
you basically have to go enjoy it on New Game Plus.
But you can't because they're key items, so they get taken away in New
Oh
Game
god
Plus.
damn it! Really? Damn.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. So like I started New Game Plus on the Wandering God after I got it, and it was like all the runes went bye bye, and I was like, "You son of a bitch!
Yeah, you would
I want to
think.
play with this rune."
Yeah. Oh man, that is actually awful.
And because it's a key item, it's not even one of those things where you can like like go offline, turn off easy anti cheat, and like cheat it in, so you can just like play around with a build based on it, and then like go online and play again. Because it's a key item. If Mulaney isn't dead in your world, then you can't have it.
Ah, that's awful.
You'll just like get your ass banned, and it sucks. It's like I really want to play with Millennia's room, but there's like you can't actually do it, which is like one of the things I'm hoping uh, Shadows of the Erd Tree will help with, like having more areas to like play with runes, like in-game stuff in.
Yeah, like definitely expanding it out because it does look like it sounds like it's going to be like an actual expansion.
Yeah, I hope so. The only issue I think that's going to come from that is like if you get Mikola's rune, it's going to have the same problem.
Yeah, or whoever's rune, because I'm sure you're going to get some sort of rune or rune
Yeah, it's
equivalent.
the only runes I can think of that we know of that you don't have access to are Ronnie's rune and Mikola's rune, right? So I would hope that I also get to play with Ronnie's rune in the expansion, but I don't know if that's going to be the case.
Yeah,
I would love to like play with Ronnie's rune. I don't know what you would do with that. Maybe like a way to regen FP or something. That would be very powerful and very fun, but I don't know otherwise. She is a sorcerer, so. Now Phoenix is on my bed, just like making biscuits on the fucking blanket.
fair enough. I'm trying to think. Um, I cannot remember his name for the life of me, but the one that got killed in the Black Knives attack.
Oh, Godwin.
Yeah, Godwin.
Did he even have a rune? He might have, but I just don't remember. I would imagine it would have because of how he died and like what happened after with his death. If he
Yeah,
did have a great rune, I imagine it would have the same deal as Melania's, where it was like quote unquote corrupted by the Deathblight.
yeah, because
It's
I mean, he was a
rune.
demigod. It was Marika and Godfrey's kid.
Okay, he did not have a great rune because just demigods all got a great rune, but only after the shattering, right?
Ah, yeah, so fair
So
enough.
the shattering happened after his death.
Yeah, makes sense. So I suppose unless, we get, like, revived Godwin or something, which we could.
It might be possible.
Because there's a lot of implications about him not entirely being dead.
Yes, it's kind of difficult to kill a god.
Yeah.
So if I remember the thing correctly, Ronnie splits the power of the Root of Death between her and Godwin, slew his soul to spare hers while killing her body but sparing his. So his body is not exactly completely dead, but his soul is. So like ostensibly you could like grab another fucking demigod soul and just like stuff it in there.
Yeah. And plus, there's, like, his face on a bunch of shit, including on the backs of certain crabs.
Yeah. Ronnie had a great rune, but she also died before the shattering. But
She also, that's quote unquote died.
yeah, like she fucking like stuffed her soul in a doll and
Yep.
just killed her body. So like I don't know like how the distribution of the great runes happened, but I assume it was either automatic or she took it from someone through like combat, thinking it might help with something, and then just like went nah, and then just yeeted it. Or maybe she just got one automatically because like the pieces of the Elden Ring went flying and just got attracted to anything that was of divine nature.
Yeah, I think it is, like, they are pieces of the original Elden Ring.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, yeah, a regular mortal probably shouldn't pick one of those up.
If it even got like sent like put in a place where a regular mortal could pick it up anyway in the first place. I don't know like what Miyazaki was thinking, or George R. Martin, or with like either of them were thinking when they made the world and the setting. But most of the time in like old mythology and all that stuff, just being adopted by a deity makes you divine by default.
Yeah.
You may not like so. Uh, this might be one of the reasons why no one ever like figured out that Radagon is Marika,
Yeah.
because like once Radagon married Marika and became Elden Lord, then that means his kids are divine by default as well, and therefore demigods. Blah blah blah. But that also means that the first Elden Lord, Godfrey, um, because he was the patriarch of our clan, is tarnished. That means we are divine as well, which is just kind of fun to think about.
Yeah, true enough. I didn't even think about it that
It's
way.
it's the only time that FromSoft has made a Souls game where you are not just some random asshole. Like
Yeah.
you are actually a divine warrior, and you are returning to retake your birthright, sort of deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just we weren't as notable as some of the existing Tarnished, and that's it.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, because like you can have people who make like great contributions to a war and just like never actually get named because they were acting under someone else's orders or what have you.
Yeah, and there's plenty of Tarnished, so it's not like, they're gonna necessarily get known.
Exactly. Yeah. So like I would assume that we were an entire army, right? Like based on
Yeah.
how the Tarnished are talked about, like it's an entire army. So like even if like we were all very famous and as a whole, I don't think people would memorize literally thousands of names.
Exactly.
And that's assuming that like we as Tarnished were actually born back then and fought in that war and weren't just like descended from the people that were. Which it's up to you if your Tarnish was like that or not.
Yeah.
So I
Though
always make my Tarnish that old because I think it's funny. But
yeah, though Gideon does say he's kind of waking everybody up.
Yeah, because the part of it is that like a lot of us were absolutely like killed and not just like stayed alive the entire time. Because like even for like divine warriors, it's kind of difficult to stay alive for 1,000 years, right?
Yeah.
At some point, you're going to get hit by a stray ballista bolt. So no
Yeah.
matter how skilled you are, if you get hit by a ballista bolt, you're kind of fucked.
Yeah, and Tarnish can basically do the same thing as Hollowing.
I think that that's like a new phenomenon because like now we're guided by grace
Yeah.
and we weren't before. And like during the war we were, but then America's like, nah, fuck you. You gotta go earn your power without the grace, like being a crutch for you, right?
Hmm.
But now that we're back, we have grace again. Even if it's not like in our eyes or anything like it, like the natives of the lands between, we still have like the grace. We're favored by it, or at least some of us are anyway. Because a lot of the Tarnished are like, yeah, I don't see that shit anymore. I tried, but like, at some point it just went away.
Yep. Which could be for any number of reasons.
You know, it's like maybe they didn't work fast enough, or maybe they just
Lost
fucking didn't
faith,
have it in them to
basically.
go on. Yeah. There's a lot of like fun implications about all that.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. You know, also, America being like both the worst mom and the worst dad.
Yeah. Although, like, I wonder if she shattered the Elden Ring because of what Ronnie did, or if they were working together to like restructure the lands between and the Erd Tree.
I think at the very least, they were both wanting to do that. Whether they were working in tandem is a different story.
Yeah, because like one way you can interpret it is that like once Ronnie slew her brother and herself to get out of being an Empyrean, uh, America might have been like, "Yeah, being an Empyrean sucks. How about I fix this?" and just broke the fucking Elden Ring.
Yeah. Or vice versa,
Yeah,
basically. Because I think it
and like,
might have happened. Yeah, wait, no, it definitely happened after the shattering.
what did?
Uh, the Black Knives.
Oh no, the Night of Black Knives happened before the Shattering.
It couldn't have.
Because America plucked the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring and gave it to
Oh,
Malekith
okay, I forgot about
beforehand.
that.
Yeah, which is why his sword looks like a piece of the Elden Ring, because it literally is.
Yeah, it just was taken earlier.
Mm-hmm. And Ronnie stole it from him using the Black Knife Assassins and like used a ritual to split it between everyone so that they could go around killing fucking demigods and shit.
Yeah, which is definitely a hell of a thing.
Mm-hmm. But there's also evidence to like imply that America had some influence over the Black Knife Assassins as well. So like it's just like a huge fucking like clusterfuck of confusing shit that happened 300 years before we got here, and like no one's alive to tell us what actually happened anymore.
Yep, exactly. All right, so
Which is
last
like very
time
funny, I think.
it is. So last time we dealt with a giant witch battle.
Yeah, that was a thing.
That was very much a thing, and Beatrice won by the skin of her teeth.
Yeah.
But it also kind of left Battler kind of shaken, because what the fuck do you even say if your whole
Yeah, how can
field?
you deny that shit?
So
Like,
we are
he's
going to
like
see.
literally right in front of him. So like how do you argue against that, right?
Yeah, like it's different from a lot of the other stuff, just because that was Beatrice being involved directly with another witch that Battler also talked to.
Mm-hmm.
So we will see how that pans out going forward. And this might be a shorter stream, just to warn people going forward. You know,
Oh, right. I meant to say that as soon as we got live, but I forgot. Yeah, I'm having a bad day with my legs today, so we're gonna see how long I can last. And if it's a normal stream, then it's fine. But if not, then we're gonna have to end early.
yeah, which, you know, we'll see. If we might go for 4 hours, or we might go for our normal time.
Yeah, well, we'll see. So I didn't even think it was gonna be that bad of a day, but then like I got up to like go make some food, and like my entire left leg was throbbing. It's just like, oh yeah, this is not good.
Yeah. There would have been no way to tell that morning had come without opening a window and looking up at the cloudy sky, which had become a tiny bit lighter. Wasn't a refreshing morning. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, which hadn't stopped falling since last night, and the howl of the wind. Oh, also,
Captain Rose, thank you for the follow.
yes, thank you.
Yes.
Also, thinking about it, that's Kinzo and all the servants dead.
Oh, so it is. Yeah. So is the predecessor Beatrice like always in Kumasawa's body, or is it just like this time? Or is
I don't know, because I literally have not done another loop.
predecessor bad 3G? Okay, fair enough.
I was kind of stuck on Cuba Solo.
I didn't even see that. Like, there's like probably like 3 options on how that might be. The predecessor of Beatrice, teacher here, being sealed in Kumasawa's body always. Then the second option is that she just possessed Kumasawa because it would be like a convenient bit, you know, right there, just save someone's life by like counteracting some attack or whatever. And then the third one is that Kumasawa is the teacher and just has like everything sealed for a while.
Yeah, I'm thinking it might be either column A or column C on that one.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because she did say something about resting very close to where Beatrice was, which Kumasawa would be a convenient place to sleep in. Because she keeps coming back.
I think I agree with you on that. Option 1 or option 3.
Hell,
yeah, you're right. She does like keep quitting but coming back anyway.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's like Teacher Beatrice might be like poking her to go back from the inside.
Yeah, hey. I know they suck as employers, but also they do have good money.
It's true.
And I need you to be over there.
Money, money, money. I would like some money.
Yes. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, which hadn't stopped falling since last night, and the howl of the wind.
Any new fucking chairs what I need.
私たちの心をそのまま示したひどい天気よ。
It's hard to imagine that it's morning. This horrible weather speaks for our hearts.
Yuri, who the fuck talks like that?
Yeah.
Are you okay? Do we need to send you to therapy? Don't answer that. Yes, we do. I already know the answer. It's fine.
Yeah.
Go to therapy.
Honestly, like, we need to send all these people to therapy.
Some of them need to be stuck in, like, a prison.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, some
It's
of
like
these people.
isolated from the rest of society. Like, get out of here.
Yeah, some of these people need to not be around society for a while. But all of them need therapy.
なら随分穏やかじゃねえか。雨は降れど、槍が降らねえだけマシだぜ。
About that, Rudolph.
Yeah. Huh.
Hey, it could be worse. At least it's just rain and not spears falling from the sky.
For those of you who missed the end of last stream, there was a spear that fell from the sky.
雨が降ろうと、槍が降ろうと、ドンと来いっちゅうとこやな。
Whether it's rain or spears, it's coming down with a bang.
もう6時かいな。
Is it already 6?
はあ、これで十分とちゃうか。
Isn't this enough?
あとは謎の19人目、ベアトリーチェが動いてこんことには手の打ちようもないわ。
After this, we've got no measures we can take till the mystery 19th person, Beatrice, makes her move.
Hideyoshi, I'm gonna ask you the same question that I asked Kiri. It's like, why do you talk like this?
Yeah. Also, this means they've been fucking up talking until 6 in the morning.
Yeah, which is, I would rather like get a little bit of sleep before I did something like that.
Yeah.
It's like I know the conversation is important, but that's all the more reason for you to be like well rested, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I understand they're kind of on a ticking clock. And they're on more of a ticking clock than they know.
だが、向こうが撃ってくるだろうほとんどの手は想定できたはずだ。
True, however, I believe we have anticipated every trick they might use against us.
I don't believe
そ
you.
うね。兄弟の中に裏切り者さえ現れなければ、私たちは大抵の事態に対応できるはずよ。
That's right, as long as a traitor doesn't appear among the siblings, we should be able to deal with most situations.
もうこの話は終わりにしましょう。結局徹夜しちゃったわね。
Haven't we talked about this enough? We stayed up all night.
眠いわ。
I'm tired. Yeah, I hate to agree with you, Rosa, but you're kinda right.
そうですね。朝食をとったら一度お休みになられてはいかがですか？
You're right. How about taking a little rest after eating breakfast? A little?
良い提案だ。この年に徹夜は応えるよ。
A good plan. Staying up all night is trying at our age.
Trying at every age. Fuck you, Kraus.
True. Granted, I've certainly stayed up a lot more when I was like, fucking 16.
It's true. Although I can't really say if I would still be able to do that or not if my legs weren't like this, because like, for those of you who don't have chronic pain wears you the fuck out.
Yep.
I'm one of those people that used to be able to like sleep like 3 hours a night and be completely fine for years, but now I need like 7 to 8 at minimum.
Yeah. Being ill or having chronic pain or dealing with any like stuff like anxiety or depression wears you the fuck out. As they all stretched, they enjoyed this unrefreshing morning as best they could.
顔でも洗ってこようぜ。
I'll go wash my face or something.
とひでえ辛さ。
Probably look horrible.
Yeah, washing your face isn't going to help with that, buddy.
何このひどい匂い。
What is that
It's a dead
awful
body.
stench?
Hey kids, want to see a dead body?
Yeah. So probably the cleanup side of things, or however you interpret it, either cleanup or just the reality version of things, Kinzo's probably in the incinerator again. Or in the furnace again.
Yeah. Or someone just like dumped a bunch of fucking like ethanol or whatever on him
Yeah.
and lit him on fucking fire.
As soon as they exit into the corridor, Kiri openly made a disgusted expression.
I know that like doors stop a good bit of smell and everything, but like 6 hours at least of like this body outside.
Granted, it is a 3-story structure?
True.
どうし
No,
ま
I
した
don't think they would like the bodies would be very rotted yet. They would probably just be like in the middle of rigor mortis.
Yeah. So
6 to 8 hours.
Yeah, so it's
There's no
probably
real loss in it
Kinzo
yet.
specifically.
Could be, yeah. What is it?
ねえ、何かひどい匂いがしない？
Hey, don't you smell something awful?
んなんやこの匂いは。
What is this stench?
こらたまらんで。
I can't stand
Although I
it.
have to say that like burned human, this smells like burned pork. So it's like it smells like cooking meat plus like a little bit of sickly sweet sort of thing. Don't ask me how I know.
Yeah. Let's not.
Just say like it doesn't smell like awful sort of like
Yeah.
it's not a pleasant smell, but it doesn't smell like it's like a like rot or anything like that. It's not that kind of awful.
Yeah. Then again, it's probably like super burn. After hearing those complaints, everyone stuck their heads out into the corridor. The human urge to, investigate when someone says, "Hey, doesn't that smell bad?"
Yeah, it's like, hey, does this smell awful to you? Yeah, hold on.
The stench was faint, but once people started commenting on it, it was clearly noticeable. Each of them went into the corridor, relying on their own sense of smell to tell them where this strange odor was coming from.
一体何事でしょう？現時に対応させましょう。
What in the world could it be? Let us have Genji deal with it.
About
yeah, about
that.
きっと
You might have some
使用
trouble
人
with
室
that.
に来ていて、朝の準備をしているはずです。
I believe you should have already arrived in the servant room to begin the morning preparations.
Yeah, and this is the first time all of the servants have been dead.
Yeah. Usually it was like before it was only 1 or 2 at a time.
Yep.
頼む。まさかあのゴーダに限ってこんな匂いをさせる朝食を作っているとは思いがたいのだが。
Indeed, please do. At the very least, it's difficult to imagine Goda making a breakfast that would cause such an odor.
It's just like Goda in the kitchen making Luke Fisk.
Rudolph and the others searched for the source of the smell and determined that it was coming from underground, from the boiler room. But the door was locked and they couldn't check inside. At the same time, when Natsuhi's group was on its way to search for someone in the servant room, they noticed something strange near the parlor.
何ですか、これは。
What is this?
ひどいいたずらだわ。
What a horrible prank.
誰がこんなことを。
Who would do something like this? On the door to the parlor, drawn in a paint that looked like blood, was a strange thing that looked like a magic circle. Because it is.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it is. Both of those things, blood and a magic circle.
厨房にはまだ誰も来てないわ。何よそれ。
There's no one in the kitchen yet. What is that? Ava's group, who'd thought the smell might be coming from the kitchen, had returned after confirming that no one was there and that preparations for breakfast had not yet begun. Then they noticed
I
the
like how they're
change to the
saying
parlor.
group, but there was like 6 people in the fucking room. Like
ダメだな
7 people, I
俺
think,
ら室
total.
は鍵がかかってる
Yeah, so
Let's see. Rudolph Curie, Kraus, Nazi, Rosa, Ava, Hideyoshi. That's it. That's all.
yeah, so 7 people. So yeah, you can have you could have 3 groups,
Like,
but
yeah, but
it's
like
really
group
more.
too, so.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's useless. The boiler room's locked.
ボイラーの故障とかそういうのだとまずいんじゃないのか
Wouldn't that be bad if something went wrong with the boiler?
使用人は誰かいたか
Has anyone spotted the servant?
その悪趣味な落書き、ここにもあるの？
One of those vulgar scribbles here too?
ボイラー室の扉にもあったのよ。
There was another one on the door to the boiler room.
なんやってこの薄気味悪い落書きがここだけじゃなく他にもあるっちゅうんか
What's that? This creepy scribble isn't just here, but it's in other places too?
まさか
Like the-
森の魔女
It's one of the
ベアトリー
pinnacles
チェ
of
の
the sun, right? I
宣
just
戦
don't
布
remember which
告
one.
っちゅうわけやないやろな
Second or third, I think. You don't think this is the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice's declaration of war, do you?
No, the third pinnacle of the sun is like a squarish shape. Let's see. Second pinnacle of the sun.
Here, I will look. Ah, seventh circle of the sun.
7th, okay. I actually quite like the look of the 6th pinnacle. It's quite nice. I'm into that.
She tried to make fun of it, but staring at this creepy magic circle while listening to the wind and rain really made it seem like a message from a witch. The dripping bright red paint made one think of blood, which made it even creepier.
Yes, it is blood.
Hideyoshi tried to open the door, but it had been locked. As a general rule, the parlor wasn't locked. Someone had gone out of their way to lock it.
これは私たちが食堂で話し合いをしている最中に誰かがこっそりとこの落書きを残したというの？
What does this mean? Could it be that while we were talking in the dining hall, someone secretly left this scribble?
客間と
One would assume that would be the case because no one knew about it. So, you know.
On the doors
Thank
to the
you,
parlor
Captain Obvious.
and the boiler room?
どうせ使用人の仕業よ。私たちはずっと一緒だったのよ。
Yeah, also just for a matter of course, putting up the content warnings.
Yep.
I'm sure the servants are behind this. We were together the whole time.
全員にアリバイがある。
We all have alibis.
おそらくお父様に何かおかしな指示を受けてこんないたずらをしたのよ。
They probably received some strange order from father and pulled this prank.
昨日のマリアちゃんの手紙の件も含めて
And there's also the case yesterday with Maria's letter.
使用人連中が親父の手先になって何かを企んでる可能性は十分疑えるからな
It's really easy to suspect that the servants are acting on Dad's orders and planning something.
とにかくみんなどこにいやがるんだ
Anyway, where is everyone?
まさかかくれんぼってわけでもねえだろうに
They can't be playing hide and seek.
探そうぜ
Let's look for them.
Hide the bodies and seek more victims.
それより私は子供たちが気になるわ。
Before that, I'm worried about the children.
無事よね。
They are safe, right?
私確かめてくるついでにゲストハウスに使用人の人がいないか見てくるわ。
I'll go and check, and while I'm there, I'll see if there aren't any servants in the guest house there.
なら手分けだな。
I just found some harpy, maybe harpy? Might be siren. Harpy mermaid gay. Hold on, let me send this to you.
Yeah, let's see.
Pretty sure that's like harpy siren. 'Cause
Yeah.
it looks like the Greek depiction of harpies. So, assuming that, then that's also then that means that's a siren and not a mermaid. Pull all my stuff back up now. I just glanced over and like had to check Blue Sky for like more art because that's how I do. Anyway,
ゲストハウスに
yes, Phoenix,
ガ
I
キどもの
know
様子を見に行く間、
you want attention.
俺たちは屋敷の中を調べてみよう。
Then let's split up. While you go to the guest house to see how the brats are doing, we'll investigate inside the mansion.
考えたくはねえが、 こんな
Phoenix.
薄気味悪い落書きがここだけってことはねえかもしれね
I don't want to think about it, but maybe these creepy magic circles aren't just in the places we found them already.
親父殿のおかしなゲームに巻き込まれているのかもしれんな。私は親父殿のところへ行って事情を聞いてみよう。
We might be wrapped up in some bizarre game of fathers. I will go to him and hear the situation.
ま
Lay
あ、
down,
素
fat
直
boy.
に話を聞いてくれるとは思えんな。
Though I doubt he'll obediently listen to me. The adults split up. As a result, they confirmed that the 4 children were safe in the so-called cousin's room on the 2nd floor of the guest house. They had apparently
This
stayed
cat.
up late last night playing. All of them were snoring loudly, so Rosa decided not to wake them. Furthermore, Nanjo, who had returned early the previous night to rest, was also safe. Seemed he believed in the phrase, early to bed, early to rise, and had awoken refreshed. During that time, Kiri and Hideyoshi searched for the servants, but they didn't find them. The servant room in the guest house was also empty.
Phoenix.
子供たちは無事よ。みんな夜更かしのしすぎね。
He's sitting on my lap and just like headbutting me in the chin.
The children are safe. They all stayed up too late last night.
使用人室は空っぽや。勤務表を見ても早番は6時からってことになっとる。
The servant room is empty. I looked at the shift chart, and the morning shift begins at 6.
もうお勤めをしてなきゃならん頃や。
They should have started working by now.
仮眠室も空っぽよ。布団を抜け出した跡はあるけど、暖かくはなかったわ。
The nap room is also empty. There were signs that a futon had been slept in, but it wasn't warm.
こら、クラウス兄さんたちの想像が当たったんとちゃうか？多分お父さんの指示で仕組んだゲームなんや。
Hey, isn't everyone's reasoning right on this? This is probably a game father
あ
setup.
の不気味な落書きを残してどこかに姿を隠して、
He must have left those creepy scribbles and hid himself somewhere,
わしらに何かをさせたいに違いないんや。
trying to make us do something.
遺産や家督を誰が引き
Look,
継
if
ぐ
you
に
live
ふ
with
さ
a
わしい
person
か
that would do something like
確かめ
this,
ようっていうことですか？
fucking leave.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like, especially like without warning, or actually only without warning. Like, if they actually like talk to you and be like, "Hey, you want to set up some decorations for Halloween or whatever?" Then fine. But if they just do it without telling you, get the fuck out.
Yeah. Are you saying he's trying to see who's fit to succeed as wealth and the headship?
いくらなんでもそれは。
Isn't that a bit?
いいえ、お父様だったらそういうことをしてもおかしくないかもしれない。
No, it might not be strange if father was behind something like that.
何しろお父さんは大仕掛けが大好きや。
After all, father loves doing things on a big scale.
例の碑文を大広間に掲げた時から練りに練った計画だったのかもしれへんで。
This might have been a finely tuned plan starting as far back as when the epitaph was hung in the hall.
ならゲームの開始宣言、もしくはゲームの説明などがあったりはしないのかしら。
They already
It would be
did, the
very
letter.
funny if like it would be very funny if like the Bay Treacher just came over the intercom and was just like, "Hey, game begin, get going."
Just fucking,
I mean, there is an intercom, but like it would be funny if there was. And
Yes.
she did do that.
yeah, just fucking do the intercom bit of like Danganronpa. In that case, I wonder if they'll give us an announcement of the game or some explanation of it.
マリアちゃんに渡したような紋章入りの封筒が出てきても良さそうだけど。
Certainly would be nice if an envelope with the crest, like the one handed to Maria, were to appear.
そうね。ひょっとすると屋敷で兄さんたちがそれを見つけたかもしれないわね。
That's right, maybe Kraus and the rest have found something like that in the mansion.
南條先生、あんたなんか聞いてませんか？
Dr. Nanjo, have you heard anything about this?
申し訳ありませんが、私にも何が何だかさっぱりです。
My apologies, I have no idea what is going on.
ただ、なるほど。
And yet, yes, certainly.
金蔵さんが何かを企んで大仕掛けを打つことは、私にも容易に想像できます。
I could easily imagine Kinto planning something on a big scale.
一度屋敷に
Why have you been friends with this man for this long, Nanjo?
Guess just... They've been chess buddies, basically.
I guess.
And then, as a doctor, you go, fuck, this... You know... irresponsible person is just on a fucking island and not seeing a doctor.
Mm.
Shouldn't we go back to the mansion for now?
なんか向こうで見つけたかもしれんで。
Maybe they found something over there.
あ、お邪魔でなければ私もご一緒いたしましょう。
If I won't be in the way, I shall go too.
Walking through the garden and just find like Kumasawa's body fucking Yamsha'd in a
Yeah.
crater.
ここに残るわ。上にマリアたちが寝てる。
I'll stay here. The children are sleeping
何が
upstairs.
起こってるかわからないんだもの。
We don't know what's happening.
子供たちを放ってはいけないわ。
We cannot leave them alone.
そうね。私もローザさんとここで留守番してるわ。
That's right. I'll stay with Rosa and watch over the
う
place.
ちの人にそう伝えていただけませんか？
Would you tell that to my husband?
Go get you a gun.
Yep. Rosa and Kiri remained in the guest house. Hideyoshi went with Nanjo and returned again to the mansion. At the same time, in the mansion, in a way that was hard to believe, or maybe we should say in a way that gave him a bad feeling, Rudolph's prediction was spot on. Same magic circle graffiti that had been drawn on the doors to the boiler room and the parlor had been found in multiple places throughout the mansion. So just putting that thing fucking everywhere.
I would assume everywhere someone died, or where the bodies might be.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's to free the user from their bonds.
兄貴、親父の方はどうだ？
Kraus, how's dad?
いや、ダメだ。何の反応もない。
It was no use. I received no response.
一応扉に耳も当ててみたのだが、何の気配も感じなかった。
I tried putting my ear against the door, but I couldn't sense anyone.
使用人の姿はどこにもありません。
There's no sign of any of the servants.
一体どこへ姿を消したのやら。
Where in the world did they disappear to? Actually, one of my fucking art colleagues is making a visual novel.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah. He's currently in the middle of like doing all the designs for the main characters, and like I've just been like I have a like behind the scenes view of it, I guess you would call it, because like he's putting all these designs in the Discord that we're all a part of, and just like asking for feedback and like help and all that stuff. It's been very interesting.
Yeah, excellent. I will be keen to check it out once they're finished.
I don't even know the name of the damn thing yet. I don't know if he has named it, but I just know that he's in the middle of making it. So we'll see.
Yeah, very cool.
お父様も使用人も姿を消し、屋敷中のあちこちにおかしな魔法陣だらけ。
This isn't funny. Father and the servants are hiding, and there are strange magic circles all over the mansion.
一体何が起こってるっていうのよ。
What in the world is happening? There weren't only magic circles on the door to the boiler room and the door to the parlor. There were 2 on the 2nd floor, 1 on the 3rd floor for a total of 5. So,
Yep.
Yeah. They were all
Where all
the
the bodies are.
Yep, they were all the same magic circle, and all of
Get
the
the fuck
doors
outta
had
here.
been locked, so they couldn't check inside the rooms.
Cat's gonna give himself fucking brain damage trying to jump into my lap the way he does all the time, because he constantly like hits his fucking skull on the damn armrest.
何かの故障で火事になったりとか爆発したりとかしたら大変だ。
Anyway, let's do something about the boiler room first. It'd be bad if something broke down and caught fire or exploded.
隣へ鍵だな。
So we need the key.
Or you could just fucking kick the door in, you damn weirdo.
Yeah, but I can understand going for a key first. Should be in the key box in the servant room. They fished through that key box, because each of the servants carried their master keys around. Those weren't kept there. However, all of the individual keys should have been there.
よくもこれだけぎっしりと鍵があるものだよ。
Can't believe they managed to fit so many keys in there.
ないわ。
It isn't here.
何度探してもボイラー室の鍵が見つからないわ。
No matter how much we look, the key to the boiler room isn't here.
見ろよ姉貴。例の魔法陣の書かれた部屋の鍵だけが。
Look, Kraus, only the
Yeah,
keys to the rooms
I know
with those magic circles drawn on them are totally
しっかりと
missing.
抜けてるぜ。
That one's Ava.
Ah, fair.
Yeah, Aneki versus Aniki.
Yeah, gotcha.
本当ですね。これは困りました。
It's true. How bothersome.
まるで魔法陣の部屋に入ってほしくないかのようね。
It's as though someone didn't want us to go into the rooms with the magic circles.
いえ、わざわざ魔法陣でアピールしてるんだから入ってほしいのかしら。
No, they went to all the trouble of making those magic circles obvious, so maybe they wanted us to
My
enter.
guess is that the keys are inside the rooms.
扉をぶち破
And
れ
it
ば
might not even be the key to that specific room that is inside the room either. Like you gotta open the doors in the right order to get all the keys,
Mhm.
sort of thing.
I think it's the latter. This isn't a movie, so breaking down the door is probably
窓
impossible.
を破れば
You're fucking joking, right?
あるかもな。
Yeah, I'm like, come on.
With my fucked up legs, I could kick in a door.
Smashing a window might do the trick, though.
It'd take a minute, but I could do it. It's not actually that difficult. You just gotta kick in the right spot.
For a while, Kraus pondered over whether the situation really called for smashing a window.
The secret is you kick near the handle.
I've been told a story about a pregnant
Yes.
pregnant woman fucking kicking down a door.
Yep. Again, like it's not actually all that hard. You just gotta kick in the right spot.
Yeah.
Like a shoulder checking the door and busting it down that way is very difficult and will probably break your shoulder. But that's why you fucking kick it instead.
Yep.
That's why infantrymen are often called door kickers, because they literally kick in the door.
Yep.
the breacher of the squad or fire team or whatever will literally kick in the door.
Yep. At that time, Hideyoshi and Nanjo returned. There was nothing strange in the guest house, and the children were safe. They told the others that Rosa and Kiri had stayed to watch over the place.
おはようございます。何やらおかしなことになったそうですな。
Good morning. I heard that something strange has happened.
おはようございます、南條先生。
Good morning, Dr. Nanjo.
早朝から起こしてしまったようで申し訳ありませんな。
I apologize for waking you so early in the morning.
なんや手紙の類は見つからんのか
What is it? Did you find a letter or something?
わしはてっきりそういうのが見つかったとばかり思っとったんや。
I was sure you'd have found something like that by now.
そうね。私もこれはお父様の壮大な冗談か何かのゲームだと信じてる。
You're right. I also believe this to be a massive joke or a game of fathers.
でもそうなら必ずそれを伝える手紙があるはずよね。
But if that's the case, there should be some letter telling us about it.
マリアちゃんに手紙を与えたように。
Like the letter that was given to Maria.
ゲーム開始宣言はまさにあのマリアちゃんの手紙だったのかもしれねえぜ。
Thank you, Rudolph. What if Maria's letter actually was the announcement telling us that the game was
自
on?
分の謎を解いてみろと。すでにゲームの内容は示されてるさ。
The rules of the game, try solving the riddle of the epitaph, have already been made clear.
なら屋敷から5つも見つかった魔法陣にはどんな意味があるというのかね。
Then, what might the 5 magic circles we found in the mansion represent?
姿の見えない使用人もだ。
And the missing servants.
夏日姉さん、使用人って今日は全部で何人いたかしら。
Natsuhi? How many servants were there today in total?
現地
You
に
should
強奪
already know that
5人で
answer.
すが何か。
Genji go to 5 of them, but why?
使用人が5人。魔法陣も5つか。
So there are 5 servants, there are also 5 magic circles.
偶然だろうが気になるな。
It's probably a coincidence, but I don't like it.
兄さ
I
ん、
don't think it's a coincidence at all.
窓を破りましょう。中を確認するべきだわ。
Kraus, let's break a window. We should check and see what's inside.
仕方ないな。綺麗に頼むよ。
You have no choice. Do it neatly. I hope he means, like, you know, break it so you don't scrape yourself.
Because I just don't know how you would break a window neatly, right?
Yeah, so I assume it's, hey, break it nicely so you don't actually, you know, leave jagged edges
Yeah,
that
you
could
need
hurt
like
you.
a fucking glass cutter to cut a window neatly.
Yeah. Kraus made his decision and gave permission to smash a window. And he decided that the first room they should break would be the parlor on the first floor, where the windows would be easiest to reach. Yeah, that would be the smartest. They had hoped to peek in through the window, but the curtains were drawn so they couldn't see inside. Rudolph wandered around the garden trying to find something that would be good for smashing the window.
Yeah, just take your jacket off and like wrap it around your hand.
Eventually, he found a rock bigger than a fist and came back.
全部割ることはないわよ。鍵が回せる程度に開けてくれれば十分。
Oh, yeah, that would be the smart move, wouldn't it?
Yeah, these are paneled, so you could like smash one. It looks like it opens from the inside. Right? Not like a slide up or anything like that, but like a shutter type where it'll open from both sides, where there's the seam in the middle, so you shatter one of the middle panels and then just like reach in to grab it.
Yeah, at least that window there. It looks like these might actually be slide up because they're single.
Yeah.
But at least this one they could do that
Can't really
in.
see the one behind Ava though. I would imagine it's the same as the one next to it though.
Yeah.
あまり期待には添えないかもしれないぜ。
Don't get your hopes up, okay? Rudolph raised the rock and hit the glass with it several times. Eventually, he succeeded in opening a hole big enough that he could unlock it from the outside. Covering his hand with a
all you really
handkerchief.
need to break a window is like a small rock that's just big enough to sit in your hand, and just like you hit it with a corner.
Yeah. Covering his hand with a handkerchief, he stuck his hand through that hole and cautiously unlocked it.
後でガムテープで塞いだ方がいいだろうな。
We should probably cover it with packing tape
雨
later.
が吹き込んじまうぜ。
The rain will get blown in. When he suddenly opened the window, the wind and rain made the curtain dance around violently. That curtain was blown to the side. They could see into the parlor they knew well. They were a little relieved. They thought there might be another bizarre magic circle inside the room, or possibly the traces of some creepy ceremony. In any event, they didn't want to hang around out in the rain, so the six of them, Kraus, Natsuhi, Ava, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, and Nanjo, entered the parlor as a group.
All of them just climbing in through the fucking window.
ないようですな。
It's like including Nanjo.
Oh, poor Nanjo. It seems that nothing in particular has changed.
どうしましたかシャノン
What's wrong, Shannon? She's fucking dead. That's
ちょっ
what.
とちょっと大丈夫なの
Wait, are you
ど
okay?
うしたのよあんた
What happened to you?
チアチア
Blood.
南條先生見たってや
Dr. Nanjo, take a look at this.
おい、シャノンちゃん、
Hey, Shannon,
大丈夫か？
are you okay?
返事をしろい。
Answer me.
揺さぶってはいけません。
Yeah, do not shake a person that's unconscious. I mean, she's not unconscious, she's just fucking dead. But if you think somebody's unconscious, do not shake them.
Yeah, like if you're gonna shake them, like shake an arm or something like that, not their head.
Yeah, like don't grab their shoulders or whatever. Because that
You don't know
could,
if they've got a brain injury or something.
yeah, that could cause problems. You mustn't shake her.
今、容体を見ます。
I will examine her condition now. She had been in the shadow of the sofa, so they hadn't noticed her until they'd entered the room. Shannon was lying on the floor, her chest stained bright red with blood.
おーいバトラーどこだ
Hey, Battler, where are you?
ほらほらシャノンの死体が出てきたぞ
Look, Shannon's corpse has turned up, see?
もういじめねえから出てこいよ
I don't fucking believe you. I won't bully you anymore, so come out.
Yeah, do not. Big doubt. Big doubt indeed.
That's a fucking lie right there.
おーいたいた
Ah, there you are.
そんなところで頭抱えて何してんだよ
What are you doing clutching at your head in a place like that?
Battler was crouching under the table, holding his head.
Fucking
re-
baby.
He really was hiding from her. His pitiful figure made it plainly clear that he didn't want to see anything, didn't want to hear anything. Had he heard Beatrice's sneering voice? Could he not hear, or was he pretending that he couldn't hear? In any event, it was clear that he'd closed up his heart like a shell.
少しお嬢様がいじめすぎたのではないでしょう
Perhaps you tormented him too much, my lady.
か。あれだけのものを見せつけて反論を迫っては
After showing him all of that and demanding a counter argument.
塞ぎ込みたくなる気持ちも
分かろうというものですよ。
I can understand why he'd want to mope around.
なあバートラー、反論がないならリザインを頼むぜ。
Hey, Battler, if you can't argue back, then resign, okay?
お前の手番なんだ。
It's your turn.
何か刺すとかパスするとか。
If you don't make some move or pass,
さもなきゃ降参するとかしてくれねえと話が前に進まねえよ。
you're very pouty now.
Mhm.
Or else give up, we won't get anywhere.
なになに聞こえないぞ。
What's that? I can't hear you.
黙れっつってんだ。
I said be quiet.
ああ、うるせえうるせえうるせ
Ah, shut up, shut up.
え。何か魔女だ、何か魔法だ。
A witch? Magic?
好き勝手にやればいいじゃねえかよ。俺は信じねえ。何も信じねえ。
Why don't you just do whatever you want? I don't believe any of
ク
it.
ソクソクソクソ。
Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it.
俺に話しかけるな、何も見せるな。消えろ消えろ消えちまえ。
Don't talk to me, I'm angry. Don't show me anything. Disappear, disappear, just disappear.
俺にその
He's been doing that a lot lately, hasn't he?
近づけるな。
Yeah. Don't get that annoying face near me. Beatrice winced reflexively at
Fucking typos.
Battler's sudden rage.
そうは言うがな。お前の手番が終わらんと、わらわの手番も来ぬ。
Even if you say that, if
Oi.
oh, yep.
Trying to take Beatrice from me now, fucker.
Whoops. Yeah.
Even if you say that, if you don't finish your turn, then my turn won't come.
あまりわらわを退屈させるなと言いたいのだが。
She's sounding much more gentle lately. Weirdly enough.
Oddly.
I don't know how to read into that. In fact, I'm the one asking you to stop boring me.
I guess to some extent she is actually viewing this as a game, so it kind of
Oh yeah, absolutely.
it is kind of, you know, off-putting if your opponent is just like, don't fucking talk to me.
知るかよ。黙れよ。うるせえんだよ。
How can Battler you, baby? Who cares? Be quiet. Shut up.
お前のゲ
Does
ームなん
baby
か
need a
知らね
pacifier?
Really? Who cares about your game?
え。やってらんねえんだよ。
I won't go along with it. Well, Battler, you're the one who agreed to this game.
Yeah, well, you should have known shit like this was gonna happen.
俺の番が終わらねえと、てめえの番が来ねえってんなら、永遠に待ってやがりゃいいだろうが。
If your turn won't come until mine's finished, then just wait for all eternity.
ああ、知らねえ知らねえわからね
I don't know, I don't know, I don't get
え。
it.
魔女も魔法も認めねえ。あんなめちゃくちゃも認めね
I won't accept witches or magic. I won't accept something that screwed up.
え。ああ、俺に話しかけるなっつってんだ。
I said, don't talk to me.
I want to know why he thinks like magic is screwed up, or if this is just like a mistranslation sort of deal.
I don't know what's going on anymore. Being shown something that screwed up, how could I resist? Also, note there was like a red barrier.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say who the fuck did that? I assume it was Battler.
I wandered aimlessly through the rose garden. It was raining and windy, but that didn't mean my body got wet. There was just a feeling of isolation as I wandered amidst the wind and rain without an umbrella.
俺はひょっとするとあいつのゲームにとっく
Maybe I lost in that person's game a long time ago. Actually, didn't we already have a clear winner and loser in the last game? After all, I surrendered for a time. That's why the world was tinted with witches and magic. Right now, Rokunjima is a different world, where witches stride around openly and fire off strange spells. It isn't a matter of accepting it or denying it. Maybe I mistakenly assumed that I was playing a game on an even footing with Beato. Maybe I was already defeated in the last game and this is just the signing ceremony of my surrender. A minute ago, a terrible battle unfolded in this rose garden. I saw it with my own eyes. I kicked the ground. Obviously the ground was hard. Water from a puddle splashed. Several towers had split this ground, sprouting like high-rise buildings. The more I kicked this ground, the more it felt like that couldn't possibly have happened. But for that very reason, I couldn't explain it with anything other than magic anymore.
密室に鍵が閉じ込められてとかってやつならよくある推理小説の延長だろってことはわかるさ。
If it was a closed room with a key shut up inside, I'd know it was probably an extension of stuff you often see in detective novels.
でも
But that?
あのドッカンドッカンってのはな。
That big flashy thing?
さ
私の弟子が随分と迷惑をかけているようですね。
It seems my disciple has caused you much trouble.
あんたは
Huh? Oh, it's you. Someone suddenly spoke to me, so I turned around. And in the Rose Garden Arbor was the predecessor of Beatrice, whom Beatrice had supposedly defeated a short while ago.
てっきり死んだと思ったぜ。
I was sure you died,
生きてたのか。
so you survived.
いいえ、死にましたよ。
No, I did die.
今の私は取られた駒がチェス盤の外でくつろいでいるだけに過ぎません。
Now I am nothing more than a defeated chess piece loitering outside the chessboard.
あんたはベアトの師匠なんだろ。
You're Beato's teacher, right?
ってことはつまりあんたも魔女ってわけか。
So in other words, you're a witch too.
ええ、そうですよ。
Yes, that is correct.
ってことはつまりやっぱり魔女はいるってことで決まりなわけだろ。
So basically, that means witches really do
そ
exist?
してあいつを倒せるのは俺じゃない。
And the only one who can defeat her isn't me. Now that's taking it a step too far.
Yeah, no one ever said that witches can't be defeated by mortals. Well, I mean, Beatrice probably did, but that's, you know.
Yeah, and I mean, there's nothing saying you couldn't become a witch.
Yeah, that too.
すげえ魔法使えるあんたの方じゃねえか。
That'd be you, since you can use awesome magic, right?
俺はもうお役ごめんさ。
I'm just useless now.
俺にできることなんてもう何もね
There's nothing I can do anymore.
おやおや、すっかり屈服してしまいましたか。
Oh my, have you surrendered completely?
え。僕も何も
What do you mean, surrender?
あれをどう説明すりゃいいんだよ。
How am I supposed to explain
塔
that?
が生えたり落ちてきたり。
Towers sprouting and falling?
でっけえ巨人が盾を構えたり槍を投げたり。
Huge giants holding shields and throwing spears.
ああ、思い出すだけでも気が変になりそうだぜ。もう推理もヘチマもあったもんじゃねえ。
Just remembering it makes me feel like I'm going insane. We're way past the point of trying to reason this all out, aren't we?
トリックとか人間犯人説とかそんな領域をとっくに超えてるだろ。
We've left the level of tricks and things that can be explained with human culprits.
ああ、ちくしょうちくしょうちくしょうちくしょう。
Damn it, times 4.
落ち着いて。私はあの子のゲーム版の駒に過ぎない。
I'm trying to think of like any way something like this could have been done or pretended to have been done, even in the modern day. And like, there's bits and pieces we could fake.
But not the whole damn
But-
thing, no.
Yeah, not the whole thing. Like, we can fake the towers. And, I think it was Banjo that mentioned it, but like, a secret facility underneath the fucking thing that, like, with a press of a button, the ground will open up and blah blah blah.
Yeah, no, that was Battler basically going, oh, is this like a mecha show, basically?
Okay, so like Battler said it, but like that, but like the spear, no way.
Yeah,
Okay,
the spear.
I think you could do the giant soldiers if you set up like a 3D projector. But
Maybe.
man, like those are like really expensive and very power intensive, and we can only really make small ones right now.
Yeah.
So
Granted, Rain is perfect for 3D projection.
true, but was it like raining last night? I don't remember.
Actually, I think the rain. It was raining, but like the battle actually seemed to create like a negative space where the rain wasn't existing.
Yeah, that's something that you can't do.
Yeah.
In the modern day.
Yeah, no.
こうして番外へ取り除かれてしまえば、もはや何もできない存在。
Calm yourself. I am nothing more than a piece on that child's game board. After being removed from that board, I am no longer a being capable of doing anything.
しかしあなたはあの子の対戦相手。あなたが
But you are the
自ら
child's
ラグを
opponents.
限りあなたには常にあの子に一矢報いる力があるのだから。
As long as you do not give up on your own, you will always have the power to strike back.
うるせえあんただっておかしな呪文を唱えてトーダの槍だのを呼び出してたじゃねえかよ
Shut up! Weren't you also reciting strange spells and summoning towers and spears?
何を一矢報いるってんだよ
What do you mean, strike back?
俺にも魔法を教えてくれたあいつとあの大魔法バトルを繰り広げろっていうのかよ
Are you saying you'll teach me magic too and make me take part in that massive magic battle? I mean,
Sure, why not?
Yeah, I mean, go right ahead.
Do it, buddy.
あなたが望むなら、あなたに魔法の一端を教えてあげてもいいですよ。
If you wish, I could teach you a bit about magic.
そりゃ願ったりかなあいつの胸板にズドンと打ち込んでやれるようなすっげえ魔法一発頼むぜ
Oh, just what I wanted. Please, give me some awesome magic to smash through her chest in one blow.
なめんなってんだ
Don't screw with me.
日本の魔法に雨乞いの儀
So, like,
というものがあるそうですね。
you would think that as soon as you discover, like, magic is real, you would, like, leap at the chance to actually learn literally any of it, right?
Yeah,
Like, no
exactly.
matter what the magic was, you would leap at it, and he's just sitting here going, about it. It's like, you little fucking baby. Take the power, asshole!
Exactly. Like, that's not
Like, even if it's not enough to actually fight against her, it's like, you get magic, motherfucker. How could
Exactly.
you not want that?
ご存
I
知
hear that in Japanese magic, there was a ceremony used to pray for rain. Do you know of it?
雨乞いバンバン火をくべて演武を奉納して雨を祈るっていうあれか
Rain ceremony? That thing where you throw stuff into a fire and dance as an offering?
あれは魔法じゃねえ
It's actually kind of funny because fire-based rituals for rain can actually cause rain. like legitimately, not a magic thing, but like a physics thing.
Huh.
Because like the heat in the air can cause clouds to actually like let loose on their rain, like with the rain that they're carrying and shit like that. I don't know the exact like mechanics of it, but it is like wildfires can cause rain, for example.
Huh, interesting. I was actually not aware, but I guess that makes sense. If you have a big enough fire, it's going to change the air pressure, and changes in air pressure of that kind can cause clouds to release their precipitation.
Yep, and it caused the wind to move a little more to bring more clouds in, etc. Which is interesting. I don't think you could do that with like a bonfire, but if you had the flame big enough, maybe.
Yeah.
Potentially.
A rain ceremony, that thing where you throw stuff into a fire and dance as an offering, that's not magic.
Okay, cool.
They say that the fire causes an updraft, which makes rain clouds gather. That's supposed to be an accepted scientific phenomenon.
おや、私は東洋魔法の一つだと信じていましたが、魔法ではないのですか?
Oh, I believe it to be a form of Eastern magic, but is that not the case?
天に聖なる火を捧げ、敬いの演舞を捧げることで、
I believe people offered sacred fire to the heavens, as well as a dance of respect.
神々の心に雨乞いの嘆願が届くものと信じておりましたよ。
So that your entreaty for rain would reach the hearts of the gods.
大昔の連中はそうだったろうよ。でも、その手のオカルトは
Stop playing on the fucking table and I stop pushing you, little shit.
Maybe people did that long ago, but most occult things like that have scientific explanation.
物が燃えるのはどうして物質にフロギストンが含まれているからでは?
Why do things burn? Isn't that because phlogiston?
Phlogiston.
Something like that. Phlogiston, whatever. Is contained in the material.
Yeah, so that was an old thought, kind of similar to like the humors and shit. I
mean, I know what it is, I just never heard it actually said. So.
Yeah, no. But for everyone else, I had a feeling you knew what it was. For everyone else, it's an old belief that, things burn because they have a burning chemical in it, or a burning thing in it.
Yeah, the element of fire, it just needs to be activated or what have you.
Yeah, and you activate it by burning it. You have to, get the spark or whatever.
いや、物が燃えるのは酸化反応だ。フロギストン説はラボアジェが否定したはずだぜ。
No, things burn because of a chemical reaction. Lavoisier abolished the phlogiston theory.
物に熱が伝わるのはどうしてですか?
Why does heat transfer through objects?
含まれているからでは?
Isn't that because caloric is contained in the material?
そいつは確かジュールが否定したはずだ。
I'm pretty sure that was abolished by Joule.
熱はエネルギーであって物質じゃない。
Heat is energy, not a substance.
よくお勉強していますね。正しい知識ですよ。
You have studied well. Your knowledge is accurate.
ちょいとした雑学レベルだがな。
It's just some trivia. Trust me, this will be useful. You need to actually, if your feelings are, hey, things have a rational, non-magic explanation, you need to lean into your knowledge more.
フロギストンもカロリックも、果てはエーテルも、神の愛さえも。
Phlogiston, caloric, and eventually ether and God's love. All are powerless before a scientific explanation.
私はかつて木からリンゴが落ちるのは
In the past, I was told that an apple falling from a tree
人に食を与えるための神の愛のおかげだと聞かされましたよ。
was thanks to God's love so that humans would be given food.
重力すらも神の愛なのか？
So even gravity is the love of God.
まあ、科学より宗教が万物を説明した時代の名残だろうぜ。
Well, that's probably the remnants from the period when religion, rather than science, was used to explain everything.
その通りです。人類はかつて自らの知識の限界を
That is correct. In the past, humans called the limits of their knowledge.
いいえ、無知そのものを魔法と呼んだのです。
No, ignorance itself, magic.
先ほどの雨乞いの話はまさにそれでしょう。
Like the rain ceremony we were just talking about.
太古の人々が火が
Did the people of ancient times realize that there was a scientific explanation?
科学的に理解していた
Why are you
で
like
しょ
this?
うか。
That fire gave rise to heat to cause updrafts that summoned clouds.
理解せずともそういう結果になることだけは知っていた。
Even without understanding these things, they at least knew the result. Hi, buddy.
そういうのは結構あるかもな。先人たちの知恵ってやつさ。
That probably happened a lot. That stuff called knowledge of the
理由
ancestors.
は分からずとも、長い経験でそういう結果が得られることを知っていた。
Even without understanding the reason, through long experience, they knew that they'd achieve
原
results.
理を理解できない現象は、多分彼らにとっては魔法も同然だったろうな。
Phenomena whose principles they didn't understand were probably the same as magic to them. Like this person just said, ancient people who didn't understand those principles probably believed that through the rain ceremony, their wishes would reach the heavens and make rainfall. To them, that was certainly magic, as long as they didn't understand updraft.
電気のスイッチを押せば明かりがつく。子供は電球がなぜ発光するのか、その科学的原理を知らず、
You push an electrical switch, a light turns on. Children do not know the scientific principles behind why a light bulb lights up.
結果だけを知っていてスイッチを押す。
They only know the result when they push the switch.
原理を知らずとも結果を得られるならば、それは彼らにとって魔法なのではありませんか？
If they obtain such a result without knowing the principles, doesn't that make it magic to them?
面白い話だな。まあ、理屈から言やそうだ。
That's pretty interesting. Well, logically, that's
例えば
true.
俺たちはテレビのブラウン管にどうして画像が映るのか、理屈はさっぱり分かってない。
For example, I don't have a clue why the brown tubes in a TV show, a
で
picture.
も、テレビに物が映るのは当たり前だと思ってる。
Still, I think it's totally normal to see things shown on the
ブラウン
TV.
管の原理を知らなくても、
Side note, it's because the cathode ray tubes just like shoot energy at the like a substance on the inside of the TV that like lights it up.
Even if I don't understand the principles behind brown tubes, I at least know that if I push the switch, I can watch
上
TV.
昇気流を理解せずに雨乞いをするのと全く同じだ。
It's exactly the same as having a rain ceremony without understanding
つ
updrafts.
まり、原理を知らないならば、テレビだって魔法も同然。
In other words, if I don't know the principles, even TV is the same as magic. I feel like you could do like a comedic sequence where, you know, they keep talking about updrafts and then predecessor Beatrice brings up Updog.
Yeah, you could.
いや、魔法そのものだろうってわけか。
Or even magic itself, I guess.
あなたはブラウン管の構造がどうなっているか知っていますか？
You know the structure of brown tubes.
分解してその中身を見たことは？
Have you ever taken one apart and looked inside?
ねえよ。本か何かで構造を読んだ気もするが、難しくてさっぱりだったな。
Nope. I think I read about it in a book or something once, but it was complicated and I didn't have a clue.
確か、電子が蛍光物質にぶつかるとき、
there
発
you go.
光してどうだろうこうだな。
I think that when electrons hit a fluorescent material, it creates luminescence or something like that.
それは偽書です。真実は ブラウン管の中にドロッキンという妖精が閉じ込められていて、
That book lied. Actually, there are small people called gremlins shut up inside the brown tubes,
魔法で仕事をしてくれているからなのですよ。
and they do their work with magic.
はあ？バカなこと言うなよ。そんなわけねえだろ。
Don't be stupid. There's no way that's true. I'm kind of thinking about the sequence in Men in Black 2, where there's just a multi-armed alien inside a fucking mail sorter.
Yeah. Like, I think Battler needs to understand what, like, hypothetical conversations are.
Yeah.
Because with, like, how predecessor Beige has been talking, it's very obvious that she doesn't actually believe this. Also, I'm getting a call from my housemate. Give me a minute.
Yep.
Alright, I need to go help them because they're too fucking lazy to, like, bring their own bullshit into the house.
Alright, then we will be right back, folks.
Yeah, we're gonna be back in a minute. It won't be too long. Hey, we're back.
Yeah, we're back, everybody.
My housemate got, like, a 4-pack of Mexican soda called Chapitos for free. So they brought that back in. It's apparently tamarind flavor, which I've never had a tamarind or anything. So I've stuck that in my fridge to let it get cold while I drink this cup of tea. We'll see what it's like.
Yeah, fair enough.
But I also have my tobacco for the first time in like a month. So I'm just gonna roll a cigarette real quick.
Yeah.
It's the first time I'll have my own like tobacco, the kind that I like, in a good while now, because I've been smoking Marlboros for like the past month. Because I was talking to Mal about this off camera, but all the places that sell my tobacco in this town stopped selling it.
Weird.
So, yeah, I don't know why. And no one wants to deliver it to this fucking town either. And we found one place that that would deliver it here and did sell it. But then we found out that you needed a fucking business ID for it.
Yeah.
So my housemate, like, while they were going to a doctor's appointment in like Albuquerque or Artesia or something, I don't remember exactly where it is. Like, picked up some tobacco for me while they were there.
Yeah, very nice. Hey, to reread the line. Huh, don't be stupid. There's no way that's true.
ブラウン管の中を覗いたこともないのに、どうして否定を？
How can you deny it if you have never looked inside a brown tube?
覗いたことはねえが、絶対にそんな妖精はいないと断言できるさ。
I've never looked inside, but I can say for sure that small people like that definitely don't exist.
ここにブラウン管がない以上、実証は不能ですよ。
My tobacco. Since there are no brown tubes here, that is impossible to prove.
確かに今この瞬間は実証不能だが、後でどこかのテレビをばらしてみせればすぐに論破できるさ。
Yeah, by the way, don't smoke, kids. Like, you shouldn't be a child and watching this, but don't smoke, kids.
You should not be in my chat if you are a fucking child anyway, alright?
Yeah. Don't start smoking. You know, I'm not gonna bitch at Cat, because they were smoking before I ever knew them.
Even if I'd started after I met you, I would not pay any attention to any bitching about it.
Fair enough.
I do what I do, and I know that it's unhealthy, and I don't care. It's like, it's the whole fucking, that one alien comic about, like, sprinkled minerals. It's like, perhaps I prefer fewer revolutions and more minerals.
Fair
Right.
enough. Fair enough. But if you hadn't, I would have advised against it. Obviously, at some point, it would be, well, I advised against it, you still did it. Well, life moves on.
It's up to you to deal with it, yeah. It's up to you to deal with the consequences now. Fuck you.
Yeah. But I would advise
Oh my
all of you
gods.
to never start smoking. Find a different vice.
Are you fucking kidding me, woman? I will be right back, because my housemate just sent me another text message.
Whoopsie. Alright, be back.
But anyway, it's
What?
the same reason why I drink, why I smoke, why I listen to loud music, etc., etc. It's like, I know it's bad for me in the long run. I don't care though.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, at some point, you have to choose your vices. I would just recommend for anybody who has not started that particular vice to choose a different one.
Yeah, probably don't. It's not good for you. But like, everyone knows that by now. I'm not gonna tell you to stop if you already do. Like, it's up to you.
Yep. If you don't live with me, I can recommend you don't start, but I'm not going to tell you to stop. Yeah, it's impossible to prove right now, but later I can take apart a TV somewhere and show you and instantly win the argument.
ということはブラウン管の中にグレムリンが閉じ込められていて、その魔法で映像を映し出しているという私の魔法説は
I want to know what the obsession is in this with the phrase "shut up inside."
I guess maybe it's literally what it means.
Yeah, it's just like there are a dozen different ways to say that in English. You do not need to repeat it over and over and over.
Yeah.
This is what I mean, like when I'm talking about repetition of phrases and everything in like writing. You need to be very conscious of like when you repeat stuff like this.
Yeah. Because it can get monotonous.
It gets very monotonous and eventually starts to annoy the person. It's like a lot of the time people won't even like realize why they're starting to find it monotonous or annoying, and then like someone will point out what's going on, and then they won't be able to see anything but it.
Yeah.
It's also like one of the reasons why I don't like reading translated novels and all that.
Yeah.
I know I bang on about this all the time, but it's like translators are not writers usually. It's a very specific skill set to translate and like localize and like do everything properly, so like it sounds good in both languages.
Yep.
Sorry, Brownie. Anyway, so put another way, my magical theory that gremlins are shut up inside the brown tubes and display the picture with magic
ブラウン管の中身を検証するまで否定不能ということになりますね。
is impossible to disprove until we can verify the contents of a brown tube. Well, I mean, at least with like this specific instance, you can also say it's like, okay, well, how do they get the food then, and air and water, and like how do they live in there?
Yeah, but I mean, at that point, you just say magic again.
It's true. But then, like, the other question is like, why do they do that then? If they have that kind of powerful magic, why are they doing that?
I mean, we've already talked about it. Corporations are powered by liches.
No, it's true. Yeah,
Lich-
Rainbow liches specifically.
Yeah. What the hell is
For those
this?
who
One of
aren't as
those-
like huge nerds as we are, Drake Lich is a dragon lich.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like what D&D calls them for whatever reason.
You're trying to say it's a devil's brew? That's a favorite trick of you witches.
悪魔の証明は消極的事実の証明が不可能であることを逆手に取った詭弁です。
The devil's proof is a bit of sophistry, one that takes advantage of the fact that negative facts are impossible to prove.
しかし今のブラウン管の話は違う。
However, it's different from my brown tube's metaphor.
テレビをたった1台分解すれば済むだけの話ですよ。
That could be resolved by simply taking apart a single television.
そうだな。確かに。悪魔の証明とは異なるな。
You're right. It
You'd still
isn't
consider it
really. Yeah.
Because it's like, okay, then this specific TV isn't like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could go into shit like that, but if you're saying
Mhm.
all TVs work this way, you just need one.
It's true.
You're right, it isn't really a devil's proof.
あなたの提唱する科学的説明と私の提唱する魔法的説明、そのどちらかが真実です。
You have proposed a scientific theory, and I have proposed a magical one. One of those is the truth.
そしてそれはブラウン管の中を覗いた時に確定する。
Is this conversation the reason why you believe that there's a layered reality going on?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. I thought so, like, when this conversation started, but I just hadn't, like, vocalized that yet.
Yeah, I forgot exactly what the conversation was, but yes, it's stuff with this character.
Okay. And which one it is can be ascertained the moment you look inside a round tube.
しかしそれを確かめる瞬間の
Schrodinger's
直
magic.
前まで私たちは互いの説を否定できないのです。
However, until the instant that happens, we cannot deny each other's theories.
つまり真実は一つであるにもかかわらずブラウン管の中を覗く直前までは相反する真実が同
Yep,
時
they're
に
literally
二つ存在する
Schrodinger's,
ことができる。
Schrodinger's cat here. That's what's going on.
Yep.
It's the same thought experiment, or at least very similar. So even though only one truth exists, until you look into the brown tube, you can have two conflicting truths existing at the same time.
一つしか存在してはいけない真実が二つ同時に存在できる異空間。
You have a realm in which two truths can exist simultaneously, even though there must only be one truth in existence.
Yep.
I can see why you can get a layered reality deal from this, but it sounds like she's saying more that he can use that fact to resist, not that there is a layered reality. Because, like, no matter what, in Schrodinger's cat's experiment, like, the cat is alive or dead. It's not both at the same time.
Yeah,
You just don't know until you look.
I think Schrodinger's cat isn't quite accurate in that basically what's going on right now is that Battler and Beatrice are gods of reality for Rokenjima. And both of their truths are existing simultaneously.
I don't see that at all from this conversation. Like, I can see how you could think that, but I don't actually get it.
Fair enough.
I don't get that feeling. Like, it's one of those, like, you can interpret it that way, but it feels like a very large stretch sort of deal.
Ah, and here we go, Schrodinger's cat.
Mm-hmm. It's just like those two truths are true only insofar as you cannot disprove them until you look inside the box.
Yeah.
It's not that the cat is literally both alive or dead.
Yeah, and admittedly, the whole Schrodinger's cat thought experiment was to show how Schrodinger thought that the quantum state situation was absurd.
Mm. It's a good thought experiment for, like, other reasons, but...
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's just kind of funny that people take it at face value, but it was meant to show an absurdity.
Yeah, side note. Just, like, while we're talking about, like, quantum physics and Schrodinger's cat and everything. What people mean when they say the observer effect, like observing a thing changes its state, does not literally mean that when you look at something, it changes. What it means is that to look at something, you must interact with that something somehow. If you're using your vision, like your eyeballs, to look at something, then that something must generate or be interacted with by light.
Yeah. So there is no literal vacuum in which you can observe something.
Yes, so you have to interact with something to observe it somehow, some way.
Yeah.
That's what the observer effect is. By observing it, you have interacted with it because of how you must observe it, and therefore the interaction can change what you're observing.
Yeah,
because for a lot of things that doesn't really matter. Like, you can tell that the color of light, like the audio foam on my wall, is black, and that's not going to change no matter how often you look at it or how much light
is applied to it or whatever.
It can like sun bleach it eventually, but that's not exactly specifically because of light. That's also other factors. But like, point is, it's not going to like change it just by like you looking at it right now.
But for something on the molecular level.
On the molecular level, like when you fire a fucking electron at something to take a look at it, to have the electron bounce off and like give you information by like how it bounces. Yeah, when it's that small, an electron might actually change it somehow, physically alter it in some way.
Yep. And so in that particular field, it is a problem that we basically.
Yeah. Every time you try to observe a subatomic particle, when you interact with it, you are hitting it with something that is also subatomic in some way, and therefore changing it.
Yep.
Because it's like hitting a car with another car, you're gonna change the car somehow.
Is the cat in the box alive or dead? If you open the box, you will learn the answer. You will learn the truth. However, until you open the box, you can claim that the cat is alive, and you can also claim that it is dead. Both claims are the correct truth according to the people making them. And even though the two sides are in conflict, neither can win the argument as long as the box remains unopened. In other words, two truths can exist at the same time, even though there can only be one cat in the box. It is packed with a living cat and a dead cat, forming a strange separate world. That is what Rokunjima is now. This island is now a different world where a scientific theory and a magical one can exist at the same time. To a resident of the world of science, such as yourself, at a glance it may feel as though this island had been sucked into a world of magic. That might not be wrong, but it is not accurate. Strictly speaking, it has been moved from the world of science to the gap between that world and the world of magic. So, at a glance, it appears to you as though the world is tilted towards the magical side. But in reality, this island is now in a perfectly impartial position with relation to those two opposing worlds.
But Battler, that means it is tilted towards the magic compared to what it was before.
This is...
Fucking
nerd.
Admittedly, that, I believe, was Virgilia's explanation, and I should have let you... Teacher Beatrice. Ignore what I said before. Teacher Beatrice.
Sure, I can totally ignore that.
Because it says... say... So, to a resident of the world of science, such as yourself, so I think she's talking to Battler rather than this being Battler's thoughts.
I really wish they had, like, clearly marked that.
Yeah, same here. But, as my slip-up...
It's a typographical issue.
Yeah. As far as my slip-up is concerned, she will get a name shortly to make that not a problem anymore.
Okay. I mean, I assumed as much. Because you're not that, like, you don't know much more than I do at this point. So...
Yep, we are very close to me not knowing a damn thing. I don't really get it. The gap between reality and magic? Perfectly impartial world? How's that? Hasn't pretty much everything that's happened been totally not in my favor?
ならばこう考えるといいでしょう。 これ
Then
は
perhaps
裁
you could
判
think of
で
it
す。
this way. This is a trial.
あなたとベアトリーチェが相反する主張を繰り広げている法廷だと考えるのです。
Think of it as a court where you and Beatrice are laying out opposing claims.
ブラウン管裁判でもいいでしょう。
Call it a brown tube trial.
あの子はブラウン管の中には妖精が入っていると主張している。
Your opponent claims that there are tiny people inside the brown tubes,
そして中に入っている妖精がどのような生態でどのような姿なのか、
explaining
どの
one
よう
thing
な魔
after
力を持
another,
っているのかを次々に説明する。
talking about the lives of these tiny people, what they look like, what type of magical power they have.
そしてあなたは
And what do you do?
まあ図書館で勉強してブラウン管の構造を説明して反論するだろうよ。
Well, I study in a library and argue back by explaining how brown tubes are constructed.
この瞬間、法廷にはあなたの主張とあの子の主張が同時に存在する。
At this moment, both your claim and that child's claim exist in the court at the same
も
time.
しもあの子の主張に耳を傾けたならば、
If you find your opponent's claim convincing,
それはあたかも真実に聞こえてしまうかもしれない。見えてしまうかもしれない。
it might sound like truth to you, it might look like truth to you.
あなたはまさにそれを見せつけられた。
That is exactly what you saw.
今この瞬間の六軒島には確かに魔女も魔法も真実として存在するかもしれない。
At this moment on Rokenshima, witches and magic certainly may exist as truth.
しかしそれは猫の箱が開かれる瞬間までの不確定な波動関数の世界。
However, until the moment that the cat's box is opened, the world is an uncertain wave function.
すべての状態が同時に説明できる。
The entire situation can be explained by both sides at the same
し
time.
かし真実は一つです。
However, there is one truth. I'm starting to see what you mean by these two acting as gods of these realities right now.
Yeah, like, not literally being able to do whatever they want, at least on Battler's end. But they
Their
are...
words and their claims influencing what is happening. What's
Exactly.
actually happening.
無数の真実が淘汰されてたった一つの真実になる。
That set of truths shrinks with observations. Or with observation, and countless truths are weeded out to become one truth.
法廷で例えるならば、
It is like when in court,
これは裁判長による判決行為にも似ているでしょう。
the judge hands down his judgment.
検察側、弁護側がそれぞれに主張する二つの真実は、
The two truths from the prosecutors and the defense's claims
判決によって収縮し、一つとなるのです。
and are reduced in number by the judgment and become one.
あんたの言葉を借りるとつまり今のこの島はブラウン管の中を覗く直前の世界ってわけなんだな。
To say it in your words, this island right now is the world right before looking into a brown tube, right?
だからこそ科学説も魔法説もどちらも否定できない。
Therefore, the science theory and the magic theory cannot be
否
denied.
定できないってことはつまり
And since they cannot be denied,
どちらも真実として存在できる。
Both can exist as truth.
だから魔女も魔法も存在し得る。
Therefore, both witches and magic can exist.
しかし同時にそれを否定するあなたの意見もまた真実として同時に存在できる。
However, at the same time, your opinion of denial also exists as truth.
相反する二つが同時に存在できる世界。
It is a world where two conflicting things can exist at once.
そして相反する真実が互いを否定する理由にできない世界。
And it is a world where conflicting truths cannot disprove each other.
理解できてきましたか？
Have you managed to understand?
Yeah, so while some of Renove's dialogue may have been influenced by the desire to have things better explained, this character is the one that pretty much spawned out of that desire. As far as, the actual writing.
So wouldn't need that if you fucking rework the dialogue in the first place. Like, there's a reason why we have drafts as writers.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that is part of the thing, is they are reworking the dialogue and having a character who reasonably would explain things to Battler and can be on his side. Basically his version of Renove.
つまりベアトがどんなすげえ魔法を俺に
At
見
least
せ
the
よう
same moral role as Battler, but not the same thematic role.
Yeah, exactly.
So because you compared her to Battler's Renove, essentially. It's just like, well, I'm just thinking about that because, like, Renove is on the same moral side as Beatrice, but he's also a being of magic.
Yeah, and serves differently in the plot.
Yeah, and like like Beatrice is a being of magic, blah blah blah. But Battler is not a being of magic. I mean, he is a little bit now, but he hasn't noticed that yet. So let's just
Sidestep that for now. Yeah.
yes, I stepped that for a second. Battler is not a being of magic, so predecessor Beatrice being his Renove essentially means that they are morally aligned but thematically opposed.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas the same is not true of Beatrice and Renove.
Yeah, that's true enough. But yeah, in many ways, serving to give him advice without having a secondary motive that I know about. I mean, she might have one going forward. But so,
I'm pretty sure her motive is to stop Beatrice from, like, murdering a bunch of people.
yeah, it that does seem to be the case.
Which is also Battler's thing.
Yeah.
So, which is why I said they're both morally aligned.
Yeah, exactly. So, maybe I'm explaining things too much, but, it's, not having someone like Renove who will walk Battler into a trap. Or will happily, let him walk into a trap at least.
Yeah. Though Renove's, like, motivation has been pretty clear from the beginning as well, is that he is trying to make sure that the game is entertaining for Beatrice.
Yeah, make sure the game is entertaining and somewhat manage her emotional state. Like, make sure that she's actually happy to some extent.
Mm-hmm. Which, of course, also includes occasionally giving Battler real advice.
Yeah.
Can't have a fun game if your opponent just gets fucking, like, splattered against the far wall every time, like, you even, like, look in the direction, so.
But yeah. In other words, no matter how much awesome magic Beato shows me, it's only a claim of a magical theory, and it doesn't disprove my position.
ベアトがどんな魔法を俺に見せようともこの世界ではそれをもって魔法が存在する証拠にはなり得ない
So, no matter what kind of magic Beato shows me in this world, it cannot become proof that magic exists.
そうです。あの子は木からリンゴが落ちることすらも魔法で説明しようとするでしょう。
My only concern with this setup is that with the worlds being with this part of the world being, like, in this sort of, like, flux state, this impartial flux state in between the two, does also prove that magic exists, just not in the way that Beatrice is trying to prove it.
Yeah, exactly.
Or, I'm sure it actually does exist in the way that Beatrice is trying to prove it as well. It's just that Battler is interpreting this at this point.
Yeah,
it definitely still exists. It's just like whether or not he's going to accept it and allow it to exist in this section of the world.
Yeah, basically it's something
in
like
his
that.
position of power.
Yeah, it's basically that, or basically going, okay, in liminal spaces, magic can reign very, can go pretty wild. And that's okay. Like, it's just a matter of figuring out, okay, then what's going on in the version of reality where these crimes are being committed by people? Because if both are true, that means some people are doing some murdering, and those people need dealt with anyway. Granted, that makes me wonder, does that mean that the fantastical murders, at least after the first loop, are actually, were they what we saw, or is there more explainable murders going on? Like, how far does this reach?
How much can you trust? Yeah.
And I think that'll be the important thing for them to establish come either the end of this loop or the start of loop 4.
Because I remember you did say that this was going on before in like a fucking second loop or something like that, and I can't quote what you said exactly, but you were saying something about like how Battler might see it this way, and I don't think he saw it that way until now.
Yeah, because because the teacher here, helped him get to the conclusion. So yeah, I just forgot exactly how this conclusion was reached.
That's right. That child might even try to explain an apple falling from a tree with magic, perhaps by shaking her staff and magically plucking the apple. Then claiming to be the thing that made it drop down to the earth. However, that would be nothing more than another claim. So what I was saying on the last stream, I think applies even more with these revelations here. It would have been more narratively satisfying and more in line with what Beatrice is trying to do to slowly ramp up the magic instead of just suddenly bust out everything.
Yeah, I agree. It's like, probably they could have started the magic battles come this loop.
Or even the fourth loop, maybe. In fact, that would be a really good like end cap for the first half of the thing, right? Like the midpoint where it's like, oh shit, there's actually magic.
Yeah, maybe.
Like obvious magic too.
Yeah, like super obvious stuff, because obviously, Beatrice is a witch and so on, and the Golden Land exists to whatever extent it exists.
So at the very least, like, we know that this purgatory in-between state exists for Battler and the others with the tea parties and all that stuff.
Yep, exactly. I do know that the answers arc turns things on its head. I don't know in what way, but I've been told it turns things on its head. So probably our ideas of pacing will probably be changed a little bit by that.
None of your opponent's claims can prevent you from making yours. In that sense, this world is quite impartial to both sides.
なるほど。だがよ、その論法で言ったなら、たとえ俺が科学説で正論を示したところで、奴の魔法説と正面衝突を起こすだけで、俺もまた奴を論破できない。
I get it. Still, by that argument, if I show a sound argument with my science theory, and it collides head-on with her magic theory, I also can't win against her.
I think Battler's forgetting that his win condition in the first place was not to actually convince her that she's not a witch. It's just to keep her locked in this state of like constantly fighting with him.
Yeah, exactly.
Like he has forgotten his own fucking win condition, which is not a good sign for him.
Yeah, no. Which it'll probably be helpful to have her like recenter him.
Yeah, which like he forgot that in the second loop, like a couple of hours into the game in the first place, he forgot that, which is why he's been floundering so fucking hard in the first place.
Yeah, and it's unhelpful that he's doing what he needs to do, which is solving the murders, but he's unwilling to accept the distinct possibility that these murders are being carried out by individuals he knows.
Mm.
On top of that, the final judgment won't come until we peek into the brown tube.
この世界のブラウン管はどこにあるんだ?
Where's the
So
brown?
I think I said this in the second loop, but if there is a mundane murderer going on here,
It has to
it
be
is
different
a
people.
different murderer every loop. Yeah, it's a different murderer every loop. And like, can we actually come up with 8 people or more that are willing to do this sort of thing?
Yeah.
Especially like considering that like in the first loop, literally fucking everyone died.
Yep. I guess maybe if there's like a disease or something killing some of the people. That's the only thing I could think.
It has to be like a really, really deadly disease to kill them over the course of like 3 days.
Yeah, that is true. Where is the brown tube
Like, I
in this
can't
world?
actually like think of a individual disease that could kill someone, like infect and kill someone that quickly.
Yeah. Because it exists, there should be no reason for us to argue.
仲良くブラウン管の中身を覗けばいいだけの話じゃねえの?
Why don't we just get along and peek into the brown tube?
中に妖精が本当にいたら、俺の全面敗北だ。
If there really is a tiny person in there, it's my complete
いなかっ
loss.
たら、逆に俺の勝ち。
Otherwise, it's my victory.
俺たちはブラウン管を覗かずに、どうして論争を繰り広げなくちゃならないんだ?
Why do we have to hold this debate without looking into the brown tube?
I think the world itself is the brown tube.
Yeah, you
Like
need...
the game board that you're like looking at.
Yeah, like you literally need to, well, solve the murders. Or
Yeah,
have
like,
somebody
what's
solve
going
the
on here
murders.
is like you've got to interpret what you're seeing in a way that like proves your side, sort of deal.
Yeah, exactly.
"それこそがあの子があなたに挑んだゲームなのです。裁判ではなくチェスと例えるべきでしょう。
That itself is the game you are being challenged to. Maybe instead of a court, I should use chess as an example.
勝敗は裁判官が決めるのではない。
There, victory and loss are not determined by a judge.
戦っているあなたたち自身が決めるのです。
You who fight will decide it yourselves.
真実が同時に存在できるめちゃくちゃな世界で、相手を論破なんてできるのかよ。
Can you win an argument with an opponent in a screwed up world where multiple truths can exist at the same time?
現にあなたは論破されて今こうして屈服していますよ。
In actual fact, didn't you lose an argument and surrender like this?
「今私に助言できるのはここまでです。
That is all the advice I can give you now.
もしもあなたが望むなら時折助言を与えましょう。
If you wish, I can occasionally offer you counsel.
ああ、ありがとう。助かるぜ。
Sure. Thanks, that really helps.
あんたの仇も
I'll avenge you.
俺が取ってやる。
ありがとう。
Thank you.
期待していますよ。
I look forward to it.
あんた、名前は？
What's your name?
ベアトリーチェはかつて私の名でしたが、譲ってしまった今、私は名前を持ちません。
Beatrice used to be my name, but now that I have surrendered it, I do not have a name.
ならば、仮の名でも名乗りましょう。
So I shall take a temporary name,
ワルギリアス。
Vergilius.
いえ、ワルギリアではいかがです？
No, how about Vergilia?
ワルギリア、ワルキュリア、神話の女神の名前だっけか。
Vergilia?
Not goddesses, but
Like
Yeah.
Valkyria? Wasn't that a name for goddesses that show up in myths? Essentially, kind of, sort of. Divine beings, at least.
いいえ、ベアトリーチェのもとへ導くものという意味です。
no, it means the one who guides the way to Beatrice.
煉獄さんの頂上にて待つあの子のもとへあなたを導く。
I will guide you to that child who waits at the summit of Mount Purgatory.
その案内人にふさわしい名前でしょう。
It ought to be a fitting name for such a guide.
Yeah, and this is, you know, Dante's Inferno.
Hmm.
魔女を否定する俺が魔女の助けを借りるとはな。
Who would have guessed I'd accept help from a witch when I'm trying to deny witches?
なるほど。
I see.
異なる主張が同時に存在できるこの矛盾した世界なら、それもありってわけだ。
If this is a contradictory world where different claims can exist at the same time, I guess that's cool.
笑える話だぜ。
It's almost funny.
あの子の言葉を借りるけど、本当にあなたは不死鳥のような人ね。
I am borrowing that child's words, but you truly are like a phoenix.
戦う気力がもう蘇ってきた。
Your will to fight has already been revived.
さあ、心の準備がいいなら、あの子のもとへ。
Come, if your heart is prepared, return to your opponent.
あの子の座するチェス盤の正面へお戻りなさい。
Return to the chessboard where that child is seated.
私の弟子とどこまで戦えるか楽しみにしていますよ。
I look forward to seeing how far you can fight with my disciple. I think Battler would actually make a really cool witch.
I agree.
Like if he if he got like more than like the 5 ounces of maturity he has, and you know made it a full pound maybe, and then stopped dressing with a zip-up fucking suit jacket.
Yeah.
I think he could make a pretty cool witch. Basically, what I'm saying is like this motherfucker needs a lot of character development.
Yeah. It's in the hair, though. Like, I can imagine someone with that hair being a witch.
Mm-hmm. And dressed mostly like this too, you know, like in a suit. Just not the zip-up suit jacket, please, for the love of all the gods, get rid of it.
もうあいつの寝言には耳を貸さね
Yeah, watch it. I won't listen to her babbling
え。と
anymore.
ことん冷静に俺の戦いを貫いてやる。
I'll coolly fight to the end.
もうあいつの挑発には絶対に乗らね
I definitely won't get provoked by her any longer. At most, 2
Buddy.
hours later.
Yeah, like, come on, man. Like, even if you can keep your cool for like a good while, several loops even, you know that the loops are gonna continue for quite some time. In fact, like, you accepted that, like,
This might
you know,
be
like, at the
eternity
end of
for
the
you
first
both.
loop. Yeah, like this might be like a literal eternity for you.
では戻りましょう。戦いの席へ。
And let us return to the seat of the battle.
おお、バートラ
Oh, Battler!
ー。そなたどこへ姿を消しておったのか。
Where did you run off to?
負け犬は二度と姿を現さないかと思ったぞ。
And I thought losers never came back for more. Yet she's seriously being much like more gentle in her tone now,
She really is.
which is weird. Like, and it started maybe during or just after the fight with Virgilia.
Mm-hmm. Sorry to keep you waiting.
頭を冷やしてきたぜ。
I've cooled my head a little.
それでわらわとお師匠様の愉快痛快爽快大喝采の素敵ファンタジーバトルへの回答は出たのかい？
He sounds so excited. And did you think of a response to that pleasant, thrilling, refreshing, highly acclaimed, wonderful fantasy battle between teacher and me?
あんなのファンタジー以外じゃ説明不能だろ。
Isn't that impossible to explain without fantasy?
お嬢様、さっき親切で上品にするとお力になられたばかりですよ。
My lady, didn't you just promise to be kind and act more gracefully?
いけねえいけねえ。バトラの顔を見てるとついつい上機嫌になってしまうものでな。
Oh no, I just got in such a good mood when I saw Battler's face, you see.
ほれほれほれ。それでバトラ。
I'd say get a room, but you literally have like an entire
どういう
demi-plane.
反応を示してみせるよ。
Look, how are you going to respond to that battle just now, Battler?
うーん。
バトル何があったって？
Battle? What battle?
何？
What?
このバラ庭園のどこに？
Notice he's the one who initiated the scene transition.
Mm-hmm. He's starting there. He's starting to like actually like stretch out and actually like take advantage of his position.
どこに転がってんだ？
In this rose garden, where do you see those spears and towers you made lying around?
ねえじゃないか。
They aren't here, are they?
つまり、こいつがブラウン管の中身ってわけさ。
She's not going to understand what that means, but proceed. In other words, it's just like the inside of a brown tube.
ブラウン管の中身とな。
The inside of a brown tube.
一体何の話を始めるやら。
What in the world are you talking about now?
今この瞬間、バラ庭園には何もない。さっきまでは魔法で塔が生えていたかもしれねえさ。だが、それはブラウン管の中を知るまでだ。
Don't get stuck on the brown tube, Battler.
Yes, please. I don't need you like getting stuck on another fucking phrase.
At this very moment, there's nothing at all in the rose garden. Towers may have been sprouting with magic until a short while ago. However, that's only the case until we see what's inside the brown tube.
魔法バトルはお前の解釈。主張に過ぎない。
That magical battle is nothing more than your interpretation, your claim.
今この場に何もないのがその証拠だ。
The fact that there's absolutely nothing to see here now proves it.
俺はさっきの魔女の戦いにこう反論する。
This is how I argue back about that witch's battle just now.
今この場に何もないのは何事もなかったことの証明だとな。
Right now, there isn't anything here, which proves that nothing happened.
Beatrice, you could easily say, it's like, oh, well, I erased it with magic. It's like, okay, then why didn't you let me see that part, bitch?
あのな、さすがに第一の晩から大暴れはできぬし、わらわもこのバラ庭園は気に入っているのでな。
Oh, now, of course I can't make a huge mess when it's only the first twilight, and I am rather fond of that rose garden, you see.
被害を及ぼさないため、結界の中で戦っておったのだ。
To prevent any damage, I had to fight occur inside a barrier.
だから現実には何の影響も与えていないのは当然のことよ。
So it's only natural that it wouldn't have any influence on reality. I'm pretty sure there actually was a barrier cast, wasn't there? During that fight?
Yeah, at the very least, they
I
kind of...
vaguely recall something like that.
Yeah, they kind of, like, extended both their magics out, and it would have incinerated the Steak's sisters. If they hadn't stepped way back.
ああ、それもありだろうな。
That's your claim? Well, I guess that works.
だが、今この瞬間のバラ庭園に何もない。
However, at this point in time, there's nothing in the Rose
だ
Garden.
から、魔法などなかったという俺の主張を何ら妨げるものではないんだ。
So nothing stands in the way of my claim that there was no magic done here.
おいおい、そんなめちゃくちゃでわらわの魔法を否定できるのか？
Wait, can you deny my magic with a mess like that?
魔法がないは証明不能。
It is impossible to prove that magic does not exist.
悪魔の証明であるぞ。
It's a devil's proof.
今この瞬間のこのバラ庭園が真実だ。
At this point in time, this garden is the truth.
覗いた瞬間にブラウン管の中の妖精は蒸発する。
The instant you look inside, the tiny people inside the brown tube will vanish.
そしてここには
I
何
need a
の魔
bottle
法
opener.
の痕跡もない。
And there are no traces of magic here at
だ
all.
からお前らの魔女の
It's
戦い
been
は
way too long since I
行わ
had
れ
to
な
open
かっ
a
た。
bottle without a bottle opener. Wait. I think I can use my lighter. Hold on, it's been a while since I had to do this. Give me a second. Yes, I got it.
Very nice.
Cool.
So that battle between you witches did not take place.
なんだ、
Hmm.
その
Smells vaguely alcoholic. Really? It smells like
力を。もしや
huh. Like I'm pretty sure it's not alcoholic, but it smells like alcohol.
Hmm.
Like a fruit wine or whiskey, maybe. No, more like Blue Moon, which is like a citrusy beer. That's what this reminds me of. Maybe this is the fucking fruit that they use in Blue Moon. Huh. I cannot believe I remember the smell of Blue Moon. It's been like 8 years since I had one. I mean, I guess it did take me a couple minutes to figure it out. I don't think I would seek this out, but I think it's drinkable for now since I already opened it. Where did the fucking... Hold on. I crawled under my desk and the bottle cap flew all the way to the backside of my desk. Okay, what the... That counter. That power. Could it be? Could it be?
お忘れですか、お嬢様。
Have you forgotten, my lady?
多層世界収縮術です。
Oh. Fuck's sake. Like, they just say multi-layer world. Just, like, outright. Alright, well, there goes that idea.
Alright, fair enough.
That's fucking ridiculous. God damn it. It is the multi-layered world's reduction technique.
無限の魔女の力と対になる有限の魔女の力。
The power of a finite witch, the counter to the power of an endless witch.
無限の魔女にしか悟ることができず、そして無限の魔女にとって最も強力な効果を発揮します。
Renova, you were just like a barrel of exposition, aren't you?
Little bit.
Only an endless witch can perceive it, and it is most effective against such a witch. So, Battler is a witch, I guess.
レディンガーのネ
Just
コ
a
バ
finite
カ
one and not an endless one. Alright, I got the cat. Schrodinger's cat box.
あの老いぼれ魔女め、余計な入れ知恵を。
That old hag of a witch. What an uncalled for hint.
時間をロスった。使用人5人とじい様で6人の死体。
We've lost time, including the 5 servants and grandfather. There are 6
状
corpses.
況を確認させてもらうぜ。
Let me check the scene.
俺がもたもたしてて時間を無駄にしちまった。
I've been trudging along, wasting
Okay.
ここ
time.
からはサクサクいくぜ。
From now on, I'll speed things up, okay?
Is this like an in-world thing where it's just like, yeah, we're gonna pick up the pace now?
I guess a little bit. Take a seat, Beatrice.
ようやく第一の番じゃねえか。本番スタートだぜ。
It's finally the first Twilight, isn't it? Let's start the real thing.
どんと来やがれ。
Show me what you've got.
Get your ass out of here, cat. Oh, Blue Moon is literally as old as I am. It was introduced in 1995.
Oh, interesting. Now time for Battler to wake the fuck up. Forget what the adults expected. At least for us kids, these were supposed to be a fun couple of days where the cousins deepened their friendship. However, when we woke up, there was an unbelievably cruel reality waiting for us. Yeah, George and Jessica dealing with the death of people they cared about. George and Jessica were crying over Shannon and Cannon's deaths. Right now, everyone who was alive had gathered in the lobby on the first floor of the guest house. Actually, a very nice looking lobby.
Yeah, that's not bad. Oh, it looks more like a dining area to me.
Yeah. There were 12 people there. Unbelievable, right? There were 18 until yesterday. And in one night, a third of that number had lost their lives. I eventually sobered up from my agitation and along with my lack of sleep from being woken up so early in the morning. And I was beginning to feel a faint sense of unreality. I want to think that this is some kind of bad dream. My cheap escapism keeps telling me that over and over. Maria had gone back to sleep on the sofa Rosa was sitting in. Rather than her having nerves of steel, she probably genuinely hadn't had enough sleep. The adults were holding items from what was apparently Grandfather's collection. Short-barrel Winchester rifles. Apparently relics from a time he'd been obsessed with westerns. There were 4 guns total. Those had been split up among the 4 siblings, Uncle Kraus, Aunt Ava, my dad, and Aunt Rosa. Paper boxes filled with bullets lay on the table, and the siblings were silently loading them.
Right, just fair warning, but like I'm at the point where I need to take painkillers.
Alright.
Like I don't think the ibuprofen is gonna do much more than like buy me like another 30 minutes, but just fair warning, just giving you a heads up.
Alright. We'll find a good stopping off point.
Well, I don't know, like how much more time I got in me. I'm just saying, it's like it's getting bad enough that I'm actually gonna try painkillers.
Alright.
I normally wouldn't even like try using ibuprofen to deal with my like chronic pain because like ibuprofen is too weak, but I definitely don't want to like keep ending streams early and shit.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I hate it.
It's a little scary, even now touching one of these. I get the feeling Dad'll yell, "Don't touch that," and hit me.
This is like the one thing that I've agreed with fucking Kinzo on.
Yeah, no children touching firearms, please.
Kraus, get your finger out of that trigger well.
Well, isn't that great?
もう殴られることはない。
No matter how much you touch them, you won't be hit again.
信じられないわ。
You too, Rosa. Get your finger out of that fucking trigger wheel. Stop it. You only put your finger in the trigger wheel when you're about to fire.
I can't believe it, to think that father
最後を迎えるなんて。
would meet this kind of end.
金蔵さんに限って普通に床で亡くなるようなことはないだろうと思っていましたが、
Well, I never did expect Kinzo to die normally in his bed.
それにしてもむごすぎる。
But even so, it is too horrible.
ねえ、あれは本当にお父様なのかしら。私は別人の死体でごまかした替え玉を疑ってるんだけど。
Hey, I wonder if that really was father. I think it might be a different person's corpse used as a substitute to trick us.
いいえ、あれは間違いなくお父さん足の指をご覧になったでしょう。
No, it was father, without a doubt. You saw his toes, right?
世間
Didn't he have like 6 toes or something like that?
両
6
足の
toes on
指
each
が
foot?
6本の人間はそうはいませんよ。
Yeah, that's what I thought. Generally speaking, there aren't many humans with 6 toes on both feet.
でも
Can't believe I fucking remembered
いないとも
that.
言
I
えない。
happened like 3 months ago.
Yeah. But that doesn't mean that such people don't
多
exist.
種症は珍しくない病気だと聞いたわ。
I've heard that
Polydactyly isn't a disease, Kiri.
polydactyly isn't that rare a disease.
That's not what the word disease means.
Yeah,
Polydactyly is
大
not
仕
a
掛けの
disease.
大好きな方なんでしょ。
he was a man who liked large-scale tricks, right?
どこかで両足の指の数が自分と同じな遺体を手配したかもしれないわ。
But of the same build, Kiri?
The same height, the same build, the same gender. Come on.
Yeah. Though, maybe you couldn't tell gender from, you know, how charred the body was at that point.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get to see it, so like, I don't know how long it was burning or how burned it got or what have you.
Yeah. Might have obtained a corpse from somewhere that had the same number of toes on both feet.
バカバカしい。そんなこと何のためにするというのですか。
Like, it depends on like how much of the soft tissues were like fucking liquefied, more or less, right?
Yeah, basically.
But it does take quite a while in a very high temperature fire for that to happen to a human in the first place.
Yeah.
Because like the outside will char pretty quickly, and that will like kind of sort of be like a protective layer around it for a while until it gets fully burned off.
Gotcha.
For those of you who are wondering, it takes about 3 to 4 days at crematorium heat in a fire to fully burn a human away.
Yeah, that's why,
So, like,
that's why you don't get a person's remains right away. If they're getting cremated.
because like a lot of people think that you can just like blast the flame and like people will be gone in like an hour or two. But this is also one of the reasons why like there are bodies from Pompeii and other similar disasters, because like the lava cools too quickly to continue burning the body to ash.
Yeah, they weren't burned for days, and in a lot of ways they were actually preserved.
Because like the surface level like heat would burn away any decaying creatures. I don't remember what they're actually called in biology, but there's a specific word for stuff that like breaks down other living organisms.
Decomposers,
right? Like,
I think?
fungi. Yeah, decomposers. There you go. Thank you. I've been looking for that word in my brain for like 3 days now, actually. But anyway, like it'll kill all the decomposers on the surface, and then the like
Layer of
near
rock.
boiling heat. The near boiling heat will also kill all the stuff that's in your body as well.
Yeah, and then the layer
They
of
just
rock
don't, like,
means
fully burn
nothing's
away.
getting in until, archaeologists actually break through.
Yeah, so essentially it'll like flash mummify you, more or less.
Yep, and that is why Pompeii is so important as an archaeological find.
Yeah, because like it gives us like a lot of insight into actually like specific foods that they ate. Actually,
Yep.
I have had Roman eggs before, not eggs from Rome. That would be a little bit much, but I have had like the Roman recipe for like a kind of breakfast egg, just like scrambled eggs, or egg scrambled in a little bit of olive oil and then like topped with honey afterwards. It's actually pretty good.
That does
I mean,
sound
it's
good.
sticky. It's sticky because of the honey, but like it tastes good. It tastes great.
Yeah.
And that's a recipe that they actually pulled from Pompeii because of that. Like they looked at the plates that were left out and was like, oh yeah, this is what it's made of. And then they put it in a book, and I was reading a book on Pompeii recently. It's like 11 or 12 or whatever. So I was like, all right, I'll try that out.
Yeah.
And I tried it. It's pretty good.
And very interestingly, we see what kind of restaurants they had, which there were kind of essentially fast food chains.
Yeah, like there were fast food chains with like condiment buckets, more or less, like carved, like a set, like they would have like plaster or mortar or something like that, and like they would shape it into the shape of a counter, right, and then like dig out huge fucking like divots
essentially,
in it to put the condiments in, so like you could like get yourself like a street taco more or less, and then go down and like grab a fucking ladle and put the condiment that you wanted on it.
Yeah,
or a sandwich or what have you, whatever that particular street vendor sold.
Yep.
Which is actually just like really fucking cool and interesting. We in the modern day did not come up with street vendors like that with condiments and shit like that.
Yeah.
This has been around for a long time.
And the other thing that I find interesting when it comes to food is that a lot of people eat in their personal bedrooms, like in their personal rooms.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we treat that...
Like dining rooms are mostly for like formal dinners and shit, you know?
Yeah, we treat that...
Throughout history for the most part.
Especially like people like a generation before us treat that as a new thing, that people don't eat at the dinner table anymore. But no, eating at the dinner table constantly was kind of a new thing.
Yeah, like even when you go to it, like went to an inn, like there would be a table and a chair in there, so you could like, if you didn't want to eat in the main room, you could just like take your bowl up to the fucking into your room and eat at the like a tiny little side table.
Yeah,
it's the same thing. Like you would have a side table like that in your bedroom for stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. So
because like most houses did not have that many rooms, so like. You would have like your main entry hall and then maybe a couple other rooms in like a linen closet or something.
Yeah, so it's not people being antisocial, just some people occasionally need some time to themselves to eat.
Yeah. What is somewhat new is people eating in their studies or their offices.
Yeah.
But that's because like most people didn't have a study or an office for a long time.
Yeah, exactly. That was
and now it's fairly normal to have a study or an office, right? Like for a long time, it was only like nobility and all that would have studies or offices or what have you. But now most, like if you have a house, you probably have a study or an office, even if it's like a separate part of your personal room. You have like a space for that.
Yeah, for sure. You know, either your bedroom's just larger than what they had then, because you have more than a side table.
Yeah, like which is what's going on here. Like essentially my bedroom or my office or what have you in heavy quotes is essentially the size of a average medieval peasant house.
Yeah, exactly.
And like I only use like a third of it, and the cats get the rest of it if they want it.
I forget if you actually read this line.
I have not yet. Ridiculous. Why would he do something like that? And actually, while I'm thinking about it, if anyone has some good resources to learn about various kinds of slavery in history and how they were abolished and what effect that had on like the economy of the area that it was abolished in, please send it to me.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, I asked Nate about this because I've been working on something, and I asked Nate about it, and he directed me to like a site that he usually directs me to for like academic stuff. But the problem is that site doesn't allow for advanced search, as in like searching under specific parameters and everything. You can only search by title without having the premium version, like a premium account. And I just don't have the money for a premium account, so I can't search by history. I can only type in like slavery into the search bar, and I'll get stuff like wage slavery and modern prison labor slavery and shit like that. And like that's interesting, but that's not what I'm looking for.
Yeah, so absolutely, you can also put that down in the YouTube comments if you viewers have any suggestions. It could be, any sort of writing. Doesn't necessarily have to be, like, an academic paper. It could be a book.
Yeah, you can send me a nonfiction book or something like that too. Like just send me the names or what have you, and I'll figure out a way to get my hands on it.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm resourceful when it comes to getting the information I need.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Mostly
especially
because I grew up on the internet.
Yeah, but also a lot of these nonfiction authors are more than happy to, especially if they are, books meant for colleges and things, they're more than happy to just give you a copy.
Mm-hmm. Like I've got my hands on what was it? There was a series of MIT books on engineering and thermodynamics that I got my hands on when I was like 18 or 19.
Yeah.
Because I was just like, I want that, so I'm gonna go look for it, and I found it within like a day.
Yeah, exactly, because, plenty of ways to get it. I'd agree if it was a normal person, but this is father we're talking about. You can't be sure Kiri's talking nonsense. I mean, she is. Kinzo is dead. But she's also not wrong that Kinzo, absolutely wouldn't do it. Because that fucker would do just about anything if he thought it would benefit him.
Yeah, fucking asshole.
It's just the absurdity of getting someone who had 6 toes on each feet that could pass for his corpse.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
But also, he has more money than God, so...
Yeah, he's got enough money to give God a sex change, so it's whatever.
Yeah.
焼死体は妹の確認が難しいという。だが、歯型とか骨格とか、いろいろ調べる方法はあるはずさ。
After all, burning a corpse makes it hard to identify. Still, there should be a few ways to examine him from his teeth and bone structure.
警察が調べれば、一発で身元なんかわかるに決まってる。
If the police investigated, of course they'd be able to know whose body it was right away. Kind of press X'd it out. But...
that depends, because, like, part of, what happens when you burn a person is their hands will curl up almost, like, protectively, and I learned this when I was studying, forensic psychology, by the way. So I was, like, studying, like, how people, like, even identify corpses and so on and so forth in the first place, and your hands will sort of, like, curl up in on themselves and basically, like, crunch up into fists, and you actually have to straight up, like, pry the hands open to get fingerprints.
Yeah.
But it is possible. It's like, it'll, like, I don't know why it happens. I'd have to assume it has something to do with, like, the nerves getting damaged.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, the body will just, like, curl up and then fuse that way. So you have to pry the fingers apart to get access to it. But it will, like, the body will, for whatever reason, fucking protect the fingerprints. And, of course, there's always dental records as well. And with someone like Kinzo, who is wealthy and old, probably has dental records.
Yeah, that's true.
I'd be surprised if he didn't, in fact.
Yeah, that would be more shocking.
I'm sure, like, all of these motherfuckers have dental records.
Yeah, for sure. They've extensively gotten to see dentists whenever they needed.
Like, even the servants probably have fucking dental records, just because, like, they're well paid and of this family.
Yeah, well paid and expected to look nice. Problem is that we need a telephone engineer more than the police right now. The boats probably
The only
won't...
problem I have, like, with this multi-layer reality thing is, again, like, how much
Can we
you
trust?
with it?
Yeah.
Like, can we even trust that the closed rooms are actually closed rooms?
Yeah. I would assume so, and I think it's like specifically the things Beatrice shows us directly. So
Which makes it difficult because she has used the red text to indicate that there was no way to get into that room before.
yeah, for sure. I think we can still continue to trust the red text.
Yeah, I would assume we can.
Because
Just because, like, that's a rule of the game.
yeah, first off, it's a rule of the game. Second off, like, narratively speaking, it would be a dick move to give us something like the red text and then make it not true.
Yeah, like, you can do stuff like that, but you have to do it very specifically and very carefully.
Yeah, absolutely.
The same thing that we were talking about, like, fucking, like, 2 months ago or whatever. Whereas, like, yes, there are unreliable narrators, but, like, until you get a hint of that, you have to be able to, like, take it at face value.
Yeah.
And, like, yes, Battler does narrate some of the, like,
Scenes, basically.
scenes, but he's not the actual narrator itself. It's not from his perspective. It's
Right.
from everyone's perspectives and a third person, like a third person, like almost omniscient party.
Yeah. And I think basically we can go, okay, maybe he doesn't understand somebody's emotions when he's narrating specifically.
Yeah, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah, absolutely.
When a specific individual is narrating, then yeah, obviously that's an unreliable narrator, but debating authorship.
No,
I don't think so.
no, not really. Not like the authorship of the narrative going on or anything, or like death of the author or anything like that. No, we're just
we're just mentioning
talking
like the multi-layer world thing.
Yeah, layers of reality.
Yeah, it's like I was saying that like my main and mostly only issue with the multi-layer reality thing is like how much can we trust? I would assume that we can trust the red text specifically because it is an explicit rule. And
I think asking that question, Bedwards, is giving us more answers than we need right now. Unless you're running off this assumption as an assumption and you're in the same region as us. Like,
yeah, I mean, it sounds like Bedwards is in the same, like, at the very least, like, moderating what is being said to be common knowledge at this point.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Because episode 1...
the first episode, it was written by Maria, and then the epilogue of episode 2 didn't have a specific author or anything like that.
Okay.
But, like, while that is true, there's also... different scenes are narrated by different people while we're going through it. So, like, you know.
Yeah, okay, so, yeah, I would say then that, yeah, we're not debating that right now, because we don't know exactly who will even survive towards the end.
Yeah, we're just talking about, like, how much can we trust and so on and so forth.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking more about, okay, we're establishing this multi-layer reality thing. How much can we trust? And I think that unless Beatrice is showing us a scene without red text, it's okay to assume that is actually what's happening.
And I just don't know about that because, like, she has used red text to indicate, and if we can trust red text, and I assume we can because it's an explicit rule, as I said. She has used red text to explicitly say that there like a given closed room. It was I think it was the one with Cannon and Shannon in the second loop. That there was no way into that room, and there was no hidden door or hidden compartment or anything like that.
Yeah,
and it's like
no. Well,
how can that happen in a mundane way then?
Yeah, specifically, no way to force your way in. So we talked about it at the time. You could use, coat hangers, things like that, wires.
Yeah, but she was also saying that like there was no way to open the door except for the key and everything. You know, and she said that in red text. It was just sort of
Yeah, for the door.
there
but
are
like,
ways, but like the way that she was saying it with the fucking
Yeah.
red text is like.
Yeah, but we were talking about window latches and things like that. And at the time, we came up with fairly reasonable solutions. Just that nobody's going to be able to pick the lock. That's it. That's basically what she's establishing, is nobody is capable of picking the lock that's
Yeah.
available. Which, fair enough. Nobody on this island with just 18 people knows how to pick a lock. Fair.
Oh, and since you just got back, Benwards, I'll repeat this for you. But if you know of any place where I can like learn more about slavery and history and how it was abolished, not specifically American slavery, because I know that one pretty well. Because I was educated here, I looked into it myself. Blah blah blah. It's it's the history of the place that I lived. But like if you know like how Roman slavery was abolished, for example, if it was at all, or no places where I can learn about that, please send it to me because I'm working on a thing. And I asked Nate about it, and he sent me to the same place he always does for like specific stuff like this. But the site doesn't allow for advanced search, like more narrow searches, unless you have like a premium account. I just don't have money for premium account, so I can't like properly search the site for papers on what I need. So if you got anything, please like send it to me, through any means that you can.
Boats probably won't come in this typhoon, so will they arrive tomorrow?
Thank you. I would appreciate it a
明
lot.
日の9時にもう一度船が来てくれるでしょう。
Because it's one of those things that I don't want to
そ
just
こで
like
警察に連絡できると思います。
like skim the Wikipedia article and like go like, oh yes, this is how it works. I will write based on this because it's a really sensitive, like important topic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Most likely, the boat will come again at 9 tomorrow. Then I believe we will be able to contact the police.
私たちも、そして犯人も、つまりは台風が通り過ぎるまでこの島に閉じ込められたってわけね。
It's the same for us and the culprit. Until the typhoon passes, this island will be closed off. Just from our parents' conversation, you could probably figure out the general gist, but let's explain the situation anyway. First, early that morning, in various places throughout the mansion, a total of 6 corpses, including grandfather and all the servants, had been found one after another. First, grandfather had been in the boiler room completely burnt. The servants had died, each shut up in the rooms throughout the mansion that had magic circles drawn on them. Causes of death for the servants was uncertain, but according to Dr. Nanja's diagnosis, there was a high likelihood that they had been stabbed by something like a spear, or possibly shot with a gun. That was why the adults had started arming themselves with Winchesters.
Gunshot wounds and puncture wounds from like melee weapons are vastly different, and even I would be able to tell the difference.
Yeah,
But
that's...
whatever. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, maybe he never worked
Ryukishi may not specifically know that, so...
Yeah, first off, Rikishi might not know that, and Nanjo might not have seen puncture wounds quite that deep.
I would imagine he would have been taught that in like med school though, because like if I know that shit, like I would expect a doctor to know that shit.
Yeah, but it was the 80s. So I don't know what the standards of Japan's doctors in the 80s was.
It's true, maybe like because for a long time in various places, experimentation and like surgery and autopsies on cadavers was like either heavily looked down on or straight up illegal.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's the case for Japan.
Yeah, there's stuff
But
like...
they may not have actually had like cadavers for him to like look at.
Yeah, so it might have been just textbooks, basically. And, you know, he was going into family medicine, so he didn't really see a problem with that. What made the situation even more chaotic was the fact that the telephones had become unusable. It was unknown if lightning had caused them to break down or if the culprit had broken them. At any rate, since contact with the outside had been cut off, we couldn't reach the police. So until the typhoon passes and a boat comes tomorrow morning, we'll have to protect ourselves. After all, Rokkenjima is now isolated by the typhoon. Just as we're stuck on the island, so is the culprit. It seemed that the adults had stayed up all night holding the family conference in the mansion's dining hall the whole time, and yet the crime had occurred in the mansion. So right when the adults had been in an uproar over money, the murderer had been killing under the same roof. They say Aunt Natsuhi's been strict about locking the doors and windows at the night.
Bedwards, thank you for the sub. I appreciate you.
Yes, thank you very much for supporting Cat.
Yes, give me that money. If you scroll down below the Twitch player, you'll find an image with the Discord on it. And if you click that and join the Discord, I will give you the Twitch sub role, and then you'll get pings whenever I go live.
Yep. And yet some suspicious person had entered and left the mansion. The adults had decided that the inside of the mansion was too large to be safe, so they had pulled out the guns and moved to the guest house where we had been. Which brings us to the present. George had begged to see Shannon's corpse, but the adults had refused, saying that he mustn't do so until the police arrived. That wasn't just because they wanted to seal all the rooms to preserve the scene. After all, the culprit who had killed 6 people was wandering around the mansion. To the Ushuramiya family right now, the mansion that should have been their home, now a danger zone that an unknown murderer could enter and leave at will. After all, it's a huge mansion.
I thought the Founder's Badge was specifically for the anyone who subbed in the first month, but it's actually for the first X amount of subs.
Yep, it's first X amount of subs.
Okay, so while I'm an affiliate, it's the first 10, and then after I become a partner, it's the first 25.
Gotcha.
Fair enough. That means Trig still has a chance.
Yep.
I need to tell his ass to come get his crown.
There are plenty of blind spots in dark places, and it's too vast to guarantee absolute safety with this number of people.
I wish I could just give the badge out. It's just I don't want to force him to pay me money, but I do want him to have VIP status here, you know.
Yeah.
He's a close friend. I've known him for most of my life, etc.
Yeah, granted, I think you can set people as VIP once you reach affiliate. Or can you do that now, actually?
Not as affiliate, no. And at least I don't have an option for it when I'm looking at people. I don't know what this invite button is, but I'm not gonna click it because I don't want to do anything to Bedwards over here. But
yeah, let's see.
Say something in my chat so I can click on you instead.
Okay. One second. Let me pull up your channel.
Alright, cool. Let's see. To sub. I can see what badges you have. What's this invite button? Oh, it's to invite for a fucking a multi-stream sort of thing.
Oh, okay.
I don't know exactly how it works, but
try /VIP and then my username.
Okay. /VIP. Maybe I can't do it now. Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, I can. Does that mean you have a new badge? Let's see.
Yeah,
I don't see a new badge on your list. What does VIP even fucking do, though? I don't know.
What does VIP do again? Chat without being affected by
okay, yeah.
Sub only. Followers only modes, chat without being affected by rate limits, post links in chat even when links are disabled.
Okay. I should give that to you, Nate, and Trig. At the very least.
Let's see. Okay, yeah, I do have a new badge.
Cool.
Let's see. Yeah, it shows up.
Excellent.
Because, yeah, it's that diamond shape there.
I wonder if I could do, like, custom VIP badges. I wonder if that's a thing. Custom VIP badges. Can I do that? Doesn't look like that's a thing. Although I wish I could. Oh well. Anyhow, where are we? What are we doing?
Right. Yeah.
I'm confused.
Relatively speaking, the guest house was much smaller. It had 2 above-ground stories, something like 10 or so rooms. Apparently, it had originally been constructed to serve as a small hotel as part of the plan to turn this island into a resort. So it was easier to know what was going on everywhere inside it, and it'd be easier to keep safe. Made for a good place to hole up in. Also, it's extremely likely that this mass murder of 6 people was a game. After all, the culprit had proclaimed so in a letter. Heard that a Western-style envelope with a family crest, just like the one Maria claimed to have received from Beatrice yesterday, had been found in the boiler room where grandfather's corpse had been discovered. This is what the letter said.
So that there will be no misunderstandings. The game I seek is for everyone to try and solve the riddle of the epitaph. Not for you to try and catch me. If you don't solve the riddle, the pitiful sacrifices will further increase in number. It would be wiser to spend your time solving the epitaph instead of searching for me.
Beatrice just getting fucking annoyed after 2 loops and going, I'm going to spell it out for them.
Yeah, just like, please, for the love of all the gods, touch the epitaph. Touch the riddle. If no one can solve the riddle, no one will survive. If a person who appears who can miraculously solve it, I will give them all of the gold of the Holy Land. I guess that's one way to call it. Of the gold. That's about that fucking Golden Land meme that you sent me about a year ago.
Yeah.
I will give all of them give them all of the gold of the Golden Land, the Ushiromiya family headship, and all of my power. That implies some very interesting things. It's like, here, have a test for literal fucking godhood.
Yep.
I was the one who succeeded the Ushiromiya family headship after Kinzo, or Lord Kinzo. I look forward to seeing who will succeed that headship after me. The Golden Witch, Beatrice.
Riddle of the epitaph was that thing. That strange epitaph written by the portrait of the witch on display in the hall of the mansion. Grandfather was the one who had it written, and the person who solved it would supposedly be given the inheritance or the hidden gold or something like that. Ever since it was first put on display there several years ago, that fucking word again, because it was 2 years ago.
God damn it.
The relatives had secretly tried to solve that riddle, despite saying on the surface that the whole idea was silly. However, up until today, no one had solved it. We were once again being urged to solve that unintelligible riddle, and this time we were faced with the threat that we'd all be killed if we didn't solve it. That wasn't a game. What else could it be? A bold opinion that we should search the premises for the culprit did come up once. However, there was a good chance they were armed, and there might not just be one of them. And while they might have been able to kill more than 6 people, they had stopped at 6. The opinion that won out in the end was that they should avoid needlessly antagonizing the culprit. Hold up in a safe place while we waited for the police to arrive. Beatrice just invisible, yelling in their faces, "Look at the epitaph! Solve the epitaph!"
You are so lucky I made a deal for this, because like, if I didn't, I would be strangling you so hard right now.
Mm-hmm. After the adults carefully checked that the doors and windows in the guest house were locked, they set up camp in the lobby. As they loaded their guns to distract themselves from the tension, their expressions showed that they were already fatigued from this long day, which had still barely begun. There was nothing for me to do. Now all I could do was be taught how to use a gun, or prepare for the off chance of something happening that led to an excess of guns. That's fine. Expediently stay there, me and the rest of you.
また最初は6人か。
Yeah, that's how it always goes, Battler.
How have you not figured this out by now?
6 people in the beginning again.
しかも、今回はじい様と使用人が全部まとめてときたもんだ。
And this time, it's grandfather and all of the servants put together.
おそらくあの子は前回のゲームでのあなたの指し手を慎重に研究したのでしょう。
Most likely, that child has carefully studied your moves from the last game.
そしてあなたが最初に疑うと高い確率で推定される駒を最優先で奪ったに違いありませんよ。
It has made an optimal move by taking the pieces you were most likely to suspect from the start.
筋だな。前回も前々回も。
That makes sense. That was true both last time and the time before that.
屋敷に精通し、マスターキーを持ち歩く使用人たち全員は、常に最高順位で疑わしい人物だった。
The servants, who know everything about the mansion and who walk around with keys, always fall into the most suspicious category of people.
前回のゲームの、例えばジェシカの密室がいい例だ。
A good example in the last game would be Jessica's closed room.
使用人が犯人であることを認めさえすれば、あんなのは密室でも何でもない。
If I'd only accepted that the servant was the culprit, that wouldn't even have been a closed room.
ゆえにあの子はそこを真っ先に切りに来た。
And so that child went straight for
あ
them.
なたがやがて逃げ込むであろう退路を真っ先に塞ぎに来たのでしょう。
Probably to block off a method of escape you'd be likely to attempt sooner or later.
ベアとはすでに赤で、この島には19人以上いないと宣言している。
Beto already proclaimed in red that there are no more than 18 people on this
それは
island.
つまり、
In other words,
諦めろってことだ。
it's time to give up on that. Finally.
もう俺は、18人の誰かを疑う。
Now I've got to suspect one of the 18.
あの子はその18人の駒をすべて奪い切った上で存在しないはずの19人目として降臨し、
That child will probably come at you by stealing the pieces for the 18. All the 18 is just so awkward.
Yeah.
While also making an appearance as a 19th person who shouldn't exist.
あなたに自らが魔女であることを認めさせる手で来るでしょう。
For then you would be forced to accept that your opponent is a witch.
魔法を見せつけることで強引に屈服させる。恫喝的手法がもはや通じない以上。
After all, now that the information or intimidation approach has failed, trying to force you to surrender by showing you magic.
あの子にさせるのは成功法だけなのですから。
The only remaining option is a frontal attack.
上等だ。 もうハったりは通用しねえぜ。
Perfect. Bluffing won't work anymore.
気をつけて。まやかしは魔女の最も得意とするところ。
Be careful. Deception is what witches are best at. That reminds me of a concept in Kill 6 Billion Demons that you only find out if you like read the alt text and the extra stuff surrounding the comic. Where like magic is done by storytellers who are so convincing that they can lie to God and convince him that it's real.
Interesting.
That's what magic is in Kill 6 Billion Demons. It's not like utilizing the forces of reality or bending it to your will or anything, but it's literally lying to the foundation of the universe and convincing that foundation that what you say is true.
Interesting.
Which is fantastic. That's like such a great idea.
Yeah, I agree.
Because like the Demiurges and Allison all have their supernatural abilities because of their keys, right? For the most part.
Yeah.
Like some of them also have some other stuff going on, like actual magic or what have you, but the main source of their strength is their keys. So you don't really get to see like the cool shit, the weird shit very often.
Yeah, exactly.
Because like most of the supernatural beings are like angels, demons, and then the Demiurges, you know?
Yeah.
I fucking love Kill 6 Billion Demons though.
あなたが信じる真実を決して脅かすことなどできないのです。
Just like a blanket fucking suggestion for everyone in the world. Read Kill 6 Billion Demons, or at least try it. It may be too weird or esoteric for you, or too brutal, or what have you. And that's fine. It doesn't have to be to everyone's taste. But give it a shot. Please, just give it a shot. It's so good.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's probably like one of my favorite comics of all time. It is just... It's gorgeous. I love it. Reach heaven through violence. Ugh. Beautiful. Anyway, no matter what your opponent says or shows you, it will not be able to threaten the truth that you believe in. Yes, it's an ongoing series, but I think that it's almost done. Like we're coming up on like the what feels like the end of the story now.
Yeah.
Finally, I think this might be the final book. Abaddon said or something like that. I don't remember, but
Yeah.
it feels like it's the final book.
Yeah, it's very close, because at some point you kind of have to go, what else is there left?
Yeah, like the whole premise of the story is that like Allison is the heir to like godhood, right?
Yeah.
It's the whole premise.
Let's leave it for that, because discovering all those details is kind of part of the joy.
Well, I mean, Zoss shows up in the first panel, like in the first page, and says that to her. He's just like, "Yeah, I choose you." Like first off, like one of the first things you see. But whatever. Don't forget that. Yeah. Kill all but one of the 6 billion. I don't actually remember like what the deal is with the name. I remember like it's important, but like everything in Kill 6 Billion Demons is weird and important, but also not really all that important in various ways. It's hard to explain. Like it's a really weird comic. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's excellent.
It's one of those things where it's like, how do you even put a trope here? It's one of those. Like it might become like a trope-defining fucking work in the future.
Yeah, it's very excellent. Sure, as if I'd fall for the same moves over and over. Yes, you will fall for the same moves over and over, but we'll say that you've kind of learned your lesson a little bit. Come on out, Beatrice. Let's get started.
すでに勝負のテーブルに着席しておるわ。
I'm already seated at the table of the contest.
わらわの手番もすでに終了しておる。
And my turn is already complete.
マダムを敵に回すことになるとは。
To think we would end up having Madam as our foe.
厄介ですね、お嬢様。
This will not be easy, my lady.
手の内をだいぶ読まれますよ。
Our moves will be read thoroughly.
構わん。お師匠様の指し手などすでに時代遅れの古典よ。
I care not. By now, teachers' moves are all old-fashioned classics.
恐れるに
Well,
足
there's
り
a
ぬ
reason why they're classic. There is nothing to fear.
あなたが私の教えた古典以上の何をさせるのか
So just what moves can you make beyond the classics I taught you?
期待していますよベアトリーチェ
I look forward to seeing Beatrice.
いいのかバトラー
You okay with this, Battler?
魔女を否定するそなたが魔女を軍師につけても
Can someone who denies witches really accept the witch as a strategist?
くだらねえ挑発は無用だ。
Your stupid provocation is
こい
pointless.
つは俺の相談役。いや、セコンドだ。
This is my advisor. No, my second.
ガチンコで殴り合うのは、俺とお前だってことには何の変化もない。
That doesn't change one bit that this is a fist fight between you and me.
分かっておる
It reminded me of a gay comic I read once. It was a one-shot, but it was actually about the two women like getting into fights and then just like hate fucking.
Amazing.
It was hilarious. There was a the legendary leg capiton.
Yes, excellent.
I understand. One as wobbly as yourself probably needs training wheels on his bicycle.
Ryukishi talking to the audience.
好きにするがよい
Do as you like.
But now Ryukishi accepts it. He kind of made the story a little esoteric and it might not be for everybody.
さあ始めろ
Come, let us begin.
お前の手番だ
It's your turn. I just think there's much more graceful ways to do what he did here. And this is not saying he's a bad writer or anything like that, but it's just like I can see his inexperience at the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's begin with the reconstruction of the crime
バルギ
scene.
リア、早速頼む。
Virgilia, quickly please.
最初の遺体発見はシャノンから屋敷内の
The first corpse
一階
discovered was
建物で
Shannon's.
発見されました
She was found on the parlor in the first floor of the mansion.
扉と窓は施錠され密室を構成していました
The door and windows were locked, and a closed room was established.
ベアトに説明要求。密室の定義を再確認。
Meito, I need some details. Let's reconfirm the definitions of a closed room.
密室の定義は内外の出入りが一切隔絶された室内を指す
Indeed, the term closed room refers to a room where the inside and the outside are completely cut off from each other.
当然内外からの一切の侵入脱出はおろか干渉もできる
Naturally, it will be impossible to even affect things across that boundary line, much less enter or escape across it.
それは包括的に隠し扉の否定外部干渉の余地一切の否定を含む
This includes an all-inclusive denial of the existence of hidden doors, as well as all possibility of intervention from the outside.
以後この定義を
Henceforth, this shall be referred to as
と呼称する
Beatrice's closed room definition.
細部確認。外部干渉の余地の定義とは。
Let's focus in a bit. How do you define all possibility of intervention from the outside?
外部から釣り糸やら長くて細い棒やらなどを使って直接的に干渉するあらゆる余地だ
I refer to all types of direct intervention from the outside, such as using a fishing line or a long, thin rod.
つまり扉や窓にはそのような小細工を混ぜる隙間すらもないと判断せよ
In conclusion, there are no gaps in the doors and windows through which such tricks will work.
どうかな仮に隙間がなくても、リモコンなどの電波は干渉できるはずだぜ。
I wonder about that. Even if there wasn't a gap, you should be able to interfere with radio waves like with remote control, right?
よかろう
電波などそれに類する遠隔操作技術も干渉不可能であると定義に追加する。
Very well. I'll add to this definition that interference due to radio waves and related methods of remote control shall be impossible.
客間には内線電話もあるぜ。それと連動した仕掛けは遠隔操作にはならねえのか？
There's also an extension telephone in the parlor. A device connected to that wouldn't count as remote control, right?
電話はすでに使用不能だろうが。
The phones are already unusable, are they
もう
not?
面倒だ。
She's just like, it was a pain in the ass. This is what she said there.
それも含めようぞ。
Whatever. Well, you can include that too.
直接間接のあらゆる方法で室外よりの密室内への干渉は不可能だ。
All direct and indirect methods of interfering with the inside of the closed room from the outside of the room are impossible.
声やノックは密室に入らずに外部から干渉できるはずだぜ。
What about a voice or a knock? Those should be able to interfere from the outside without someone entering the room, right?
密室であっても声をかけることやノックは不可能ではなかろう。
Even though it's a closed room, it probably isn't impossible for someone to knock or call
意
out.
思疎通の可否は密室の定義に反しない。
The closed room definition does not cover whether transmission of intent across the boundary is possible or not. This is much, much better, by the way. This is what I was talking about, like more like fastidious, detailed conversation and definitional
Yeah,
stuff.
it's just now Battler's actually at that level to start asking for that shit.
Fucking finally. In other words, or no, that's you.
Yeah,
Go
in
ahead.
other words, you can't make it so your definition includes the blockage of all methods of communication with the outside.
そうなります。
That is indeed the case.
了解したぜ。シャノンちゃんの客
There
間
is
は
one person in this scene that
そ
I
のベアトリー
that I
チ
don't
の
have no
密
voice in. It's this
定義を満た
motherfucker.
すんだな。
Yep. Understood. So Shannon's parlor satisfies Beatrice's closed room definition, right?
その通りだ。
Correct.
密室定義了解した。ワルゲリア続けてくれ。
Closed room definition understood. Continue, Virgilia.
はい。シャノンの遺体はマスターキー1本を所持。
Yes. Shannon's corpse was in possession of one master key.
発見した親族がこれを回収。
The relatives who discovered her collected this.
ベアトに復唱要求。今回のマスターキーの本数は
Beto, repeat it. How many master keys this time?
前回と同じ。
Same as last time.
各使用人が1本ずつで5本だ。
There are 5, one for each servant.
ってことは密室にはまだならねえってわけさ。マスターキーはまだ4本余ってる。
Which means this still isn't a closed room. There are still 4 master keys
シ
left.
ャノンちゃんを殺害後4本の鍵のいずれかで施錠するだけの話だ。
It just means that after Shannon was murdered, one of the other 4 keys locked it.
But
その通
Battler,
りでございます。
the specific keys to the rooms are also missing. And they haven't come up yet, so.
そして見つかったのはマスターキーだけではありませんよ。
Thank you. Cool. Correct. And it wasn't only a master key that was found.
はい。遺体のすぐ傍らに紋章入りの洋
Damn it! Come on! Where are the other keys? Yes, alongside the corpse there was a western envelope with the family crest.
中に手紙はなく、2階客室の鍵が入っていました。
Instead of a letter, the key to a guest room on the second floor was inside it.
2階客室の鍵。それは2階客室の扉をマスターキー以外に唯一開けることができる鍵だという定義でいいのか。
The key to a
Key to
second
a second. Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry.
the key to a second floor guest room. The only key other than the master key that can open the door to that second floor guest room. Is that definition correct? Now you're in my position where you get in a flow of voicing everybody,
Yeah.
and then the one motherfucker you're not supposed to comes up.
Yeah. Fire.
問題ないぞ。
No way better about this. I'm gonna blame this on like the exhaustion and pain. All right. Indeed, there is no problem.
そしてマスターキーと違い、その一本しかない。
And unlike the master keys, only one of those exists.
Granted, now you are reading for 3 people in the scene.
Mm-hmm.
つまりある特定の部屋を開けるにはその一本しかないというわけです。
In other words, apart from the 5 master keys, there will be only one key that can unlock certain rooms. So they did do the thing that I was talking about, like
これは
putting
つ
the
まり
key inside the room.
次は
Yep.
2階客室へ行けというメッセージなのか？
In
Another-
other words, this is a message telling. Or, God damn it! I did it again.
In other words, this is a message telling them to go to the 2nd floor guest room next.
となると大人たちは2階客室へ移動したな。
So the adults move to the 2nd floor guest room, right?
はい。2階客室の扉もまた施錠され、魔法陣が描かれていました。
Yes, the door to the 2nd floor guest room was locked, and a magic circle was drawn on it.
親族はシャノンの遺体脇より入手したその鍵によって開錠。
Which key, though? Was it the specific key or the master key? It doesn't really matter, but I'm curious. The relatives unlocked it with the key that they had found near Shannon's corpse.
室内にて熊沢の遺体を発見。
Inside, Kumasawa's corpse was discovered.
室内は密室。
It was a closed room.
定義はベアトリーチェの密室定義に準拠。
One that satisfied Beatrice's closed room definition.
熊沢はマスターキー1本を所持。
Kumasawa was in possession of one master key.
これを親族が回収。
The relatives collected this.
そしてシャノン同様に遺体の傍らに養鶏封筒を発見。
And like in Shannon's case, there was a Western envelope discovered alongside her.
中には3階控え室の鍵が。
Inside was the key to the 3rd floor waiting room.
親族は3階控え室へ移動。
The relatives moved to the 3rd floor waiting room. Okay.
そして3階控え室の扉にも魔法陣で
So
さ
there-
らに施錠されていて
So there was a magic circle on the door to the 3rd floor waiting room, and the door was locked.
はい。室内にてゴーダの遺体を発見。
Yes, inside the room, Goda's corpse was discovered.
室内は密室。ベアトリーチェの密室定義に準拠。
The room was a closed room, one that satisfied Beatrice's closed room definition.
ゴーダはマスターキー1本を所持。これを親族が回収。そしてこれまで同様に紋章入りの養鶏封筒を発見。中より2階貴賓室の鍵が。
Sorry, one second. Swear. The relatives collected this, and up until now, a Western envelope with the family seal was discovered. Inside of which was the key to the 2nd floor VIP room.
親族は2階貴賓室へ移動。
The relatives moved to the 2nd floor VIP room. What are you giggling at?
Oh, bedwords.
Oh, I didn't see it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it tickles the brain when they read an English word in katakana, mastaki.
てめえ何を企んでやがる。
What's going on here? What are you planning?
そう睨むほどのものでもあるまい。
Phoenix, how fucking dare you? What do you want, fat boy? This asshole. Alright, buddy. Get off my lap. There's no need to glare, is there?
密室ではあるが、それを開けるマスターキーはまだ何本もあるではないか。
There's no need to glare, is there? God damn it. It may be a closed room, but there are still multiple master keys that can open it, correct?
律儀にマスターキー以外の固有の鍵も申請している。
Besides the master keys, I've even given you keys specific to each room.
気に入らねえ展開だぜ。だが、展開は読めてきた。
Don't like where this is going, but I'm starting to see how it'll turn out.
この調子で6人続いてくってわけか。
So it continues like this for all 6 people?
はい、その通りです。2階貴賓室にて源氏の遺体を発見。
Yes, that is correct. Inside the second floor VIP room, Genji's corpse was discovered.
マスターキー1本を回収。
One
地下
master
ボ
key
イラ
was
ー室の
collected.
鍵を発見。
The key to the underground boiler room was discovered.
地下ボイラー室へ移動。地下ボイラー室にて金蔵の遺体を発見。
They moved to the underground boiler room. Inside the underground boiler room, Kinzo's corpse was discovered.
礼拝堂の鍵を発見。
The key to the chapel was discovered.
礼拝堂に移動。礼拝堂にてカノンの遺体を発見。マスターキー
They moved to the
1本を
chapel.
回収。
Inside the chapel, Canon's corpse was discovered. One master key was collected.
Granted, now when the relatives are talking and there's no witches about, it's mostly gonna be me.
Yep.
1階客間の鍵を発見。
It's like Natsuhi and I think that's it, right?
Yeah, Nazi, because otherwise it's Kanon and Genji for you.
Yep. Well, and Maria when she's in witch mode.
Maria in witch mode, so.
Then Ava's like inner brain thing that is absolutely guaranteed 100% Lambda Delta. There's no fucking way it's not. I don't care what anyone says. That is Lambda Delta. Just taking the guise of her younger self. Anyway, the key to the first floor parlor was discovered.
以上で6名の遺体発見の再構築を終了します。
With this, our reconstruction of how all 6 corpses were discovered is complete.
補足です。金蔵の遺体の傍らで発見された養鶏封筒には礼拝堂の鍵と一緒に手紙が同封されておりました。
An addendum. Along with the key to the chapel, a letter was enclosed in the western envelope found near Kinzo's corpse.
手紙の内容はすでにご確認の通り。
The contents of the letter were as you saw.
自分の謎を解くよう改めて催促する内容です。
It further urged the relatives to solve the riddle of the epitaph.
ってことは、なんだよこれ。最後のカノン君のところに、一番最初のシャノンちゃんの客間の鍵があったってことは。
In that case, what's going on? If the last place where Kanon was had the key to the very first room, the parlor, where Shannon was,
密室が6つ。呪術つなぎになってるってことなん
that
だ。
makes 6 closed rooms all tied together, right?
その通り。
That is
6
correct.
つの密室が呪術
I vaguely recall you sending me a screenshot about this.
Yes.
Hot take alert? I was not paying attention close enough to see what hot take.
Lambda Delta stuff.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That. I just caught the message in chat a little late, I guess.
Yep.
The 6 closed rooms are all tied together.
それぞれを解錠する鍵はそれぞれ隣り合う密室によって閉じ込められている。
The keys to unlock each one are all shut up inside the next room. Again with that fucking phrase.
6つの密室が1つの巨大密室を形成し、
In other words, these 6 closed rooms form one massive
そ
closed
の
room.
中に全てのマスターキーと固有鍵全てを閉じ込めてしまっているのだ。
What are you getting at now?
That phrase again.
Oh, gee gods, yeah. It's like I looked over at your chat just in case someone said something and didn't notice you like mousing over that phrase. And all of the Keymaster keys, as well as the individual room keys, are shut up inside it. Gods.
ちなみに6つの部屋の扉や窓はいずれも普通。
Furthermore, all of the doors and windows on the 6 rooms are normal.
オートロックのような鍵を使用せず施錠できるような仕掛けは存在しない。
No device exists which can lock them without a key, such as an auto lock.
どうだよ、綺麗なもんだろ。
What do you think? It's beautiful, isn't it?
You say, despite having left that closed room decision up to Renobe.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
ですからお嬢様、そのあたりに品がございます。
My lady, or once again, my lady, that is not dignified.
When Renobe
Yeah, so-
rebuked her, Beto stuck her tongue out at him without showing any signs of shame.
悪い悪い。ついついバトラと遊んでると上機嫌になってしまうのでな。
Sorry. Playing with Battler just put me in such a good mood.
それでバトラ、お前の指し手はどうなんだよ。
So, Battler, what do you think of my move?
特に思いつかないんなら、わらわがヤギたちに遺体を運ばせて。
If you can't think of anything in particular, I wouldn't mind showing you how I made the goats carry the corpses.
魔法にてすべての扉を封じるところを特別に
And
見せて
seal
や
all
っ
of
て
the
もいい
rooms
ん
with
だ
magic,
ぜ。
okay?
好きにしろ。お前の主張する魔法説として拝聴しとく。
Do what you want. I'll listen respectfully to this magic theory that you claim is true.
だが、俺はお前の主張とは全く異なる人間説を。
Battler woke up and drank his respect women juice today.
Apparently. However, I can claim my human
お前
theory,
の主張に一切干渉されることなく主張することができる。
even though it's completely different from yours, without any interference from your claim.
それはつまり、お前のざれ事に耳を貸す必要は何もないってことさ。
In other words, there's no need for me to pay attention to your bullshit.
好きに魔法の杖でも振るって、七色の魔法で扉を閉めるところでも実演してろってんだ。
Go ahead and show me how you can lock the door with your multicolored magic simply by waving your magic staff.
隣でそのうち、ガマの油と万能包丁の実演も始まるぜ。
Hey, all-purpose kitchen knives are real, fuck you.
Just like those guys with their toad oil and all-purpose kitchen knives. Granted, I think he's talking about, oh, this knife is super tough and can cut through steel or whatever.
If anyone claims that they can cut through steel with anything that isn't like a fucking water jet, ignore them.
Yes.
But like, a properly made chef's knife can and will last like decades of constant use. Assuming you know, actually take care of the fucking thing.
Yeah. Virgilia, let's reconstruct the crime scene.
穴を探すぜ。
Search for a weakness.
全員は間違いなく死亡してるのか。
Were they all definitely
誰か
dead?
が死んだふりしてんなら、こんなの密室でもなんでもね。
If one of them is just playing dead, this isn't a closed room at all.
南條は全員の死亡を確認。
Or, you know, maybe they died after they went into the room. That could be a thing too.
Yep.
ただし、ご
It
神
would
仏
be
の否定は
difficult
悪魔の証明による。
to figure out how to lock the door in that case, but it's possible. Nanjo confirmed that all of them were dead. However, due to the devil's proof, it is impossible to deny the possibility of a wrong diagnosis.
つまり、誰かが生きているのを南條が見逃した可能性をゼロにすることはできません。
In other words, that child cannot make the likelihood that Nanjo overlooked them being alive equal to 0.
来たな。悪魔の証明か。だが、そいつをぶった切る剣は存在する。
Here it is, that devil's proof. But there exists a sword that can carve that up.
Like,
なんだよ、あいつら。
there are some phrases that get translated into Japanese that sounds really fucking cool until you get to like the last two words, and it's just like, okay, thanks, you just ruined it because of the way that you decided to translate it into English. You just ruined the whole vibe. Fuck you. It's so mean. What's up with them? Being jealous. Looks like they're having a good time leaving me out of the discussion. Pouting jealous Beatrice. Oh my god.
When your crush likes your mom more than you.
Beato's mom's got it going on.
Uh-huh. Edwards.
I'm his opponent, am I not? Getting lonely over there, Beato.
It's amazing.
Oh, man. I'm starting to see why the manga covers had it looking all romantic.
Mm-hmm.
This is like before I couldn't see like how this was gonna like it was gonna like evolve in that direction, but like now with how nice she's being, like how much like softer she is after the fight with Virginia. Oh my god. Doesn't he have any time to spare for me?
本来チェスを対戦するのにあたり相手とのコミュニケーションは不要です。
Fundamentally speaking, communication with one's opponent is not necessary to the act of competing in chess.
お嬢様は指し手以外のコミュニケーションによって煙に巻いていた。
Every time you've communicated with him outside of making your moves, you've used that opportunity to confuse him.
Yeah, you kind of brought this on yourself, Beto.
それに惑わされないということはつまりこういうことなのでしょう。
Perhaps this is the result of him not wanting to be led astray. I told you, you ramped it up too quick, too much, Beato. I told you. For some reason, I don't like it. Yeah, you're getting jealous of your mom.
Yeah.
お嬢様はチェスを挑んでいるはずではないのですか?
You were challenging him to a chess match, are you not? You can hear the pout still. That's true, but...
Beatrice, she puffed out her cheeks as though to say, I don't know why, but I don't like it.
That's not as though to say, like she literally said that though. Fuck you. Because the police have not yet arrived at the crime scene, the human side's ability to inspect the scene is limited. For a strict confirmation of death, I recommend that you have that child repeat it in red.
Okay, that's where I'll strike. Repeat it. The 6 victims are all dead.
The sprites are getting more animated too.
It is true, yes.
My lady, he has told you to repeat something in red, has he not? That treasured red sword of yours.
Hey, enough lazing around. Do you refuse to repeat it? This is where our battle starts.
What were you saying ow for? What? Sorry, that's fine, I'll answer. These 6 are all dead. Kinzo, Genji, Shannon, Kennen, Goda, and Kumasawa. Heartwarming, this himbo has been stepped on for the last time. I don't know that, like, Battler counts as a himbo.
Yeah.
Maybe in the future, but, like, right now, he's just, like, a little weirdo.
Yeah, he's a little bit not innocent enough to be a himbo. He's
I can see him
close.
being like a golden retriever type, though.
Oh yeah, golden retriever, absolutely.
Which is like the Venn diagram of golden retriever and himbo are almost a circle, but not quite.
Yeah, not quite, because he's a little bit more of a horn dog than I imagine a himbo to be.
まずは一つ引き出したぞ。
Are you so adamant? Okay, so I've already got one out of you.
死んだふりって王道はまず否定されたな。
We'll start by denying that classic trick where the victims are playing dead.
もはや手加減などせぬぞ。好きなだけ来るがよ。
I won't go easy on you anymore. Come at me how you like.
次々斜め切りにしてくれるわ。
I'll slice them slantwise one after another. Come on. He's on those shady mail-order drugs from episode 1.
Yeah.
6つの部屋には誰も隠れていない。
Then repeat this. No one is hiding in any of the 6
俺た
rooms.
ちが認識していない人物の存在を否定してみせろ。
Let's see you deny the existence of people we aren't aware of. But she already did. But okay, fine. Moving on.
You already know where the survivors are all at right now, so I'll answer.
6つの部屋には誰も隠れていない。
There is no one hiding in the 6 rooms.
よし、これで6人だけの缶詰は確定だな。
Okay, now I'm sure it's only the 6 of them in the
そ
can.
して死んだふりもない。
And they aren't pretending to be dead.
どうするどうする。
What will you do? What will you do?
人間にはもはやどうしようもないであろうが。
As if a human could manage anything by now.
おとなしく、わらわが素敵な魔法で鍵を自由自在にするところをひざまずいて拝見しろよ。
Obediently kneel to the fact that I can control locks at will with my wonderful magic, okay? Not shuffle magic, wonderful magic. And pick that up either. Whatever, it's fine.
さらに復唱要求だ。
Quit babbling. Repeat this too.
6人の死亡は即死である。
The 6 deaths were instant deaths.
即死？ほう、
Instant deaths?
どういう意味だそれは。
What do you mean by that?
犠牲者の一人が瀕死の状態で部屋まで逃げ延び、
It means there's a possibility that a single victim on the verge of death managed to escape into the room.
内側から施錠して密室を作った後、息絶えた可能性もあるということですよ。
I can see that. Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. A little
Yep.
bit. Like, they rush in to get away from a pursuer, lock the door, like,
And
go
then-
to sit down, and then just fucking die.
Yeah, die on the spot.
And after locking it from the inside to create a closed room, they passed away.
密室殺人の古典ですか。
A classic closed room murder
致
trick.
命傷を与え、しばらく後に死ぬことを確実とした場合、
One requiring that the victim receive a fatal wound and then die later.
犠牲者が殺人者から逃れるために部屋にこもり、
The repetition here should be, rather than instant death, it be that they all died outside of the room that they were found in.
Yeah, you could also
It
do
is
that.
possible. Yeah. It is possible for a closed room to be constructed unexpectedly if the victim holes up inside the room to escape the murderer.
施錠後に死亡したなら、予期せずして密室が構成されることはあり得ます。
And then dies after locking the door.
その可能性を否定するには赤き真実にて6人は即死であったことを宣言する必要がありますよ。
In order to deny that possibility, you will need to proclaim that the 6 died instantly with the red truth.
よかろうよかろう。赤き宝刀にて切り伏せよう。
Very well, very well. I'll slay you with my red treasured sword.
6人は即死であった。
The 6 died instantly.
即死とはつまり攻撃を受けて即座に行動不能になったという意味だ。
By died instantly, I mean the targets instantly became incapable of action after being attacked.
まあ完全な意味での死亡には数秒 もしくは数分をかけたかもしれん。
See, that's why I would have said like they all died outside of the room that they were found in, because of that right there. That
Yeah.
instantly. Yeah, that's the problem there, because like it's almost impossible for a person to kill another person instantly without like overwhelming force.
Yeah.
Even like decapitating a person does not kill them instantly. Like it would be pretty fucking gory, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If someone died instantly, like you'd
have to
completely destroy the
Gallagher them.
handlers. Yeah. Or like what I said last stream when Genji killed Cannon and Shannon, striking the base of the brain stem with a knife angled upwards into the brain.
Yeah.
Even that might not be instant, but it would be close enough that you could like say it's instant.
Yeah.
Because then in that exact moment, like you both sever the connection to the body and destroy much of the brain. So like that's close enough to instant. Well, it might still have taken them several seconds or minutes to die in the complete sense of the word.
だがいずれにせよ、自らの意志で何かの行動を取ることは完全に不可能であった。
But regardless, it was completely impossible for them to take any actions of their own will.
その意味において即死と断言できる。
It's also when she said by die instantly, I mean the instant they were attacked. That's not true either, because Cannon and Shannon were both attacked multiple times before they received their fatal wound. So instead, it should have been more like each individual or each victim became incapable of action upon receiving their fatal wound.
Yeah.
In that sense, I can confirm that they suffered instant deaths. In that sense, rather.
ここまでは古典の確認だ。お前との密室対決はここからだぜ。
Up until this point, I've just been checking for the classic tricks. Now's when our showdown over the closed rooms really starts, okay?
犯人は内側にいないなら外にいる。そして外からどうにかして彼らを殺したんだ。
The culprit isn't on the inside, they're on the outside, so they somehow killed from outside the rooms.
何を血迷うか。
Have you lost your mind?
密室イコール外部からの殺害は不可能であろうが。
After all, a closed room equals murder is impossible from the outside, right?
故に魔法殺人しかありえない。
That's why only a magical murder would be possible.
いいや違うね。殺人は現に起こった。イコール密室ではないが正しいのさ。
No, that's wrong. The right approach is murder really happened equals it isn't a closed
お
room.
前がどう煙に巻こうと、これは断じて密室じゃない。
No matter how much you try to trick me, this definitely isn't a closed
密
room.
室に見えるだけのまがいものだ。
It's a sham that only looks like one.
しかしバトラ様、室内には犠牲者しかおらず。
However, Lord Battler, only the victims are inside the rooms.
それ以外の人物は室内には存在しておりません。
And no other people exist inside the rooms.
そしてお嬢様の密室定義により、
And by my lady's closed room definition,
外部からの遠隔殺人も明確に否定されておりますよ。
remote murders from outside the room have been clearly denied, have they not?
まあちな、遠隔殺人の定義は広大だぜ。
Wait, the definition of remote murders is pretty broad, right?
何も部屋の外から釣り糸を引っ張って室内の犠牲者を絞め殺したとか。
It's not just about pulling a fishing line from outside the
そ
room
んなのばかりじゃ
and
ねえ。
strangling the victim inside the room.
例えば
For
トラッ
example,
プだって立派な遠隔殺人だ。
a trap would make for an excellent remote murder.
トラップ？ほう。それは何か。
A trap? Oh, and what might that be?
一例だが彼らにあらかじめ決められた部屋に入り
Just as an example, let's say that they were instructed to enter rooms that someone had picked out beforehand
内側から施錠して自ら密室を作り出すように指示を出す。
and lock the doors from the inside to create the closed rooms
そ
themselves.
して室内には 彼らがそれとは知らないトラップが仕掛けられており、
Trap was set up in those rooms that they didn't know
そ
about,
れによって彼らは殺された。
and that's what killed them.
どうだ、これなら矛盾は生じない。
How's that? That doesn't contradict anything.
問題ありません。現状と整合します。
Except Virgilia, that there would be evidence of traps. Especially in the case of, like, Kinzo,
Yeah.
who was found fucking burned to death.
Fucking
Like, some of them
flambéed.
is like, okay, yeah, like, you know, they got shot by some minuscule, like, dart or whatever. Like, a little thing, like, fucking poked a hole in their heart and they just fucking fell over and died. Sure. Maybe that, but, like, how you gonna set up a fire trap that doesn't show any, like, fucking evidence of there being a trap?
I suppose you could say Kinzo was killed earlier than the rest.
Could be, yeah. There are no problems. It corresponds to the existing state.
当方も問題ありませ
And
ん。
of course, there's signs of a struggle for Cannon.
Oh, yeah,
Because he
yeah.
has more injuries than just the one that killed him.
お嬢様の密室定義にも抵触しません。
And some of them were punctured with what Nando said was
Thank you for
like
the
a spear.
follow, Barefoota.
There are no problems on our side either. It does not conflict with my lady's closed room definition.
なんだその間抜けな推理は。
What's with that stupid reasoning?
いずれの室内にも不審なものは発見されなかったぞ。
Nothing suspicious was found in any of the rooms, right?
そのトラップはどのような形状なのか、
What form did that trap have?
どこに隠してあってどう作動したというのか、
Where was it hidden and how did it operate?
それを6人分、客間、客室、機械室、貴賓室、ボイラー室、礼拝堂の6つで説明してみせよ。
Kinzo could not have been killed earlier than some of them because of, like, the order in which the keys were hidden.
Ah, yeah, good point. And well, unless, because they all had their master keys. So, they could have locked the door with their master keys if they were instructed to do so before whatever trap got set off.
Explain that for all 6 of them in the parlor, the guest room, the waiting room, and the VIP room, the boiler room, and the chapel.
どうだ、できまい。
Well, you can't, can you?
反論拒否。
I refuse to counter that.
それを説明する必要はね
There's no need for me to explain.
え。にもかかわらず、俺の主張は揺るがない。
And failing to do so doesn't damage my claim.
なんだと。
What did you say? Come on,
ベア
Beatrice.
トリーチェ、悪魔の証明ですよ。そのトラップの形状を説明できないことがすなわち
Beatrice, it's a devil's proof. The fact he cannot explain the nature of the trap
トラップ否定の理由にはなり得ない。
does not in itself deny the existence of such a trap.
うまい。強引ながら見事な一手です。
Well done. While overbearing, a wonderful move.
Yeah, I think battlers earn the right to be a little overbearing.
こいつ
He's be shouting like more curses like eat shit, fuck you, etc.
Uh-huh.
This guy's completely getting used to this. What did you expect? People adapt, nerd.
Okay, but why was the red text sound there? Just a second.
発見できていない殺人トラップ X により、この密室殺人は成立可能だ。
Check. Due to murder trap X that we couldn't find, it'd be possible to establish this closed room murder.
赤き真実にてそのチェックを切る。
I'll kill that check with the red truth.
6人はトラップで殺されてはいない。
The 6 were not killed by traps.
トラップの定義は
And the definition of a trap?
It is actually like genuinely difficult to define. That's it.
犠牲者が勝手に引っかかって発動するやつとかだ。
Something that activates when a victim triggers it on their own.
それだけじゃない。
Oh, and that's not all.
リモコンで発動するとか、タイマーで発動するとか。
It also includes things activated by a remote control or a timer.
そういうのもろもろ全部含めたやつだ。
Everything of that sort.
仕掛け人が直接関与することなしに殺人を遂行できるすべての仕掛け。
So it refers to all arrangements that could carry out a murder without the direct participation of the one who planned it out.
という定義でよろしいかと思います。
Perhaps we might sum it up that way.
どうだ、切り返したぞ。
How is that? I've struck back.
人間にこの密室が破れてたまるか。
As if I'd let a human crush this closed room.
お前も勝つために必死だな。
You're looking pretty frantic to win too.
どういう意味だ。
What? What do you mean?
お前は自分の存在を俺に認めさせようと
You're
必死に戦ってる。
You're frantically fighting to make me accept your
今
existence.
まで俺は一方的にお前にいじられてるだけだと思ってた。
Until now, I thought I was being toyed around with by you one-sidedly.
Well, I mean, you mostly were.
実際は違った。
But that's not actually true.
お前もまた俺の切り返しに必死に抗い自分の存在を示そうと戦っている。
You're also frantically resisting my counters, fighting to show that you exist.
俺はよ、今ようやく実感してるぜ。
Now, I finally really feel that it's true. This isn't torture inflicted on me over whether I'll surrender or not.
俺とお前の対等な戦いなんだ。
This is a fight between you and me on an even footing.
さて、面白くなってきたぜ。
Okay, now it's starting to get interesting, isn't it?
6人は密室で死に、部外者は中に誰もいない。
All 6 dies in closed rooms, and no outsiders were inside.
そして外部からはちょっかいは一切出せず。
And there was no meddling from the outside, and also no
これまで
traps.
の俺だったら、これはもう魔法の仕業しかありえねえだろうと思うだろうよ。
Up until now, I'd probably start suspecting that this had to be the work of magic.
このタイミングでお前におかしな魔法を実演されたら、そりゃ屈服もしてただろうさ。
And if you decide to show off some bizarre magic at this moment, I might even have surrendered.
これがお前の得意戦術だ。
It's that favorite strategy of yours.
俺の指し手をすべて迎撃しきり、俺が万策尽きたと膝をつく。
You intercept all my moves, and in the moment I've exhausted all options and fall into my
この
knees,
防御力が弱るその瞬間に、これ見よがしにおかしな魔法を見せつけて。
when my heart's barriers are all at their weakest, you show off some strange magic and take the game all at once.
昔から短気な性分で勝ちの目が見えると焦る悪い癖は相変わらずです。
That short temper is something this child has always had, along with a bad habit of rushing things when victory is in sight.
お嬢様はお預けができない性分ですから。
After all, my lady cannot stand putting off a match.
うるさいうるさいぞ。
the fucking butler that helped raise her and her mom are just like embarrassing her in front of her crush.
Yep.
Hey, shut up, shut up!
バトラの手番であるぞ。
It's Battler's turn, right?
そなたが進めたトラップの駒はわらわが赤にて切り捨てた。
I finished off that trap piece you advanced.
次は何を繰り出すのか。
What should I repeat next?
存分に来るがよい。
Show me what you've got.
おっ、トラップまで潰され、一見こいつは完全な密室犯罪に見える。
Right, now that even traps have been defeated, this looks like a perfect closed room murder at a glance.
だからこそここで チェス盤をひっくり返すぜ。
Oh, this old
We
chestnut.
were doing so well.
And that's why I'll spin the chessboard around right now.
来たな。そうな
God damn it.
得意技よ。何をどうひっくり返せるというのか。
Here it comes, that special technique of yours. How exactly are you to spin what around?
見せてみろ
Try showing me.
ああ、見せてやる。いかにして密室の中の6人を外から殺すかを考えるんじゃない。
Yeah, I'll show you. I don't need to think of how 6 people could be killed inside closed rooms from the outside.
ああ、ダメだダメだ。全然ダメだ。
It's useless. It's useless. It's all useless.
どうやって外から殺すかじゃない。
That's right. The question isn't how you can kill from outside the
ど
rooms.
うやって中で死んで密室にするかなんだ。
The point is how they died inside the rooms, making them closed rooms.
そうさ、これが答えなのさ。
That's it. This is the answer.
犠牲者6人の中に犯人が含まれていたと考えれば、
If you assume that one of the 6 victims are the culprit,
この密室は極めて容易に説明できる。
this closed room can be explained extremely easily.
何バカな。その6人は死んだとはっきりわらわは赤で言ったはず。
What ridiculous. I believe I clearly said in red that the 6 of them were dead.
死んだのは6人。犠牲者は殺された5人。
Oh, there were 6 deaths. 5 were victims who got
もう
killed.
1人は自殺だったと仮定すれば、この密室は打ち破れる。
But if you assume that the other person committed suicide, you can destroy this closed room.
確かに犯人が最後の密室に自ら入って施錠し、
It would be Kinzo in that case, right?
It could be any
Because
of them.
the master keys don't work on the chapel.
Well, no, it just means that somebody had to. Well, who had? Oh, yeah, it would have to be. It would have to be either Kinzo. Well, no, it wouldn't have to be Kinzo, because they could lock. If it was anybody other than Kinzo, they had a master key available and could lock it just from the outside.
Or the boiler room.
Yeah, they could lock the boiler room from the outside, so they could have just put the chapel key in his pocket or whatever.
See, so then that can't be canon then, because he was found in the chapel, right?
Yeah, it
That's where
can't.
he was.
Yeah, it can't be canon. So that's the only thing this establishes, is it cannot be canon. Anybody else could do it.
No, you're right. And the music going way too hard. Certainly, if the culprit locked themselves in the final closed
この
room,
連鎖密室
threw
は
away
成
their own
立
life,
します。
this closed room chain would be established.
犯人の自殺。普通では
Let's see.
考えられない一手ですが。
So it can't be Shannon either, because she died from the small puncture on her chest. And, like, it would still be, like, whatever she used for it would still be in her hand when she was found.
Yeah. Because they were still all instant deaths, by the definition.
Or at least they were unable to take any further action afterwards.
Yeah, exactly.
Whether by pain or shock or severe damage or what have you.
Yep.
Can't be canon, because, again, you can't close that room with the master key, so you need the chapel key.
Yep.
Unless there's a bolt on the inside, a switch or whatever the fuck. I don't think there is for the chapel, but no.
Yeah, no, she said that there's no auto lock or anything.
I was assuming auto lock would be like a time lock, but hey, sure.
Yeah, she means the one, like, if you leave the room, it locks. Because that's how Kinzo's works. If you open the door, enter or exit, and then shut the door door
Oh, I mean
locks.
like a deadbolt, a switch on the inside.
Oh, yeah.
If you need a key for both, like to lock it from either side, then this works. But if you don't need that from the inside, then
Yeah.
But it's hard to tell because like this isn't like they haven't actually given us the fucking details on the doors and how they work.
Yeah,
what kind of doors they have, which is very annoying, by the way.
it's true. It seems like most of them, though, are to be locked by the key inside or outside.
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming.
考えられないから存在しない
So it can't be Cannon or Shannon. We do not know what injuries the rest of them have aside from Kinzo. The Kinzo's is also the easiest for him to commit, like, on his own,
Yeah,
as far as I know.
his,
I-
his would be the easiest.
There's no specific methods of death required for these 6 in the first Twilight, so we can't even, like, judge that one is, like, gouged the head or whatever.
Yeah, and they didn't even say that the puncture wound necessarily was the cause of death, so if there was poison involved in the death, and then she was just stabbed post-mortem. Granted, that would still suggest that anybody who had a stab wound post-mortem and didn't have a, stake right there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still, like, either way, Shannon, probably not.
Although her puncture wound was very small. Same as Cannon's.
Yeah.
So it's entirely possible that, like, Shannon did, like, take poison, stab herself, and then hide the thing, and then lay down and wait to die from the poison.
Yeah, that's true.
So if I recall, there wasn't even... I mean, it was a decent amount of blood, but it's not, like, bleed-out levels of blood from that stab wound.
Yeah.
So... No, Genji was killed the same way because Renove did it, right? Just, like, killed him like a puppet cutting puppet string sort of deal.
Yeah, exactly. He
So
basically...
Genji had a similar wound or lack of wounds, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. So Genji could be involved, and he would definitely be the one willing to commit suicide.
Yeah, so he could have, like, taken poison or whatever to do it. Judging by that and how the other
Yeah.
bodies were described by Nanjo as, like, having puncture wounds, then that means either Kinzo or Genji did this.
Yeah, Kinzo or
and committed
Genji.
suicide afterwards.
Yeah, Kinzo or Genji feel like the most likely.
So everyone else would need to have a weapon nearby that they could have punctured themselves with. Sorry, it's taking me a minute to work through this because I am quite tired now.
Yeah.
The suicide of the culprit. Normally it would be an unthinkable move, but the argument that the unthinkable cannot exist
は存在しない
cannot be used.
そしてその動機を立証する義務は彼にない魔女との
And he has no responsibility to demonstrate a motive.
実に力強い一手
A truly powerful move which can only be used in a chess match against a witch. Are
Yeah.
You sure? You sure about that?
Yeah, I feel like you might be correct that Battler is on an arc to become a witch.
Yeah. Like he already used a little bit of magic there with the fucking flash of a shield.
Mm-hmm.
And then this technique that he's using right now is apparently a witch's technique.
Yeah, exactly. And, like, the devil's proof again. I think there's some hints going, oh yeah, Battler could at least become a witch.
Probably still a finite witch and not like an endless witch, but hey.
Yeah.
まあ動機がないとは言い切れませんね。例えば金蔵は余命があとわずかと宣告されています。
Well, one cannot be certain that there was no motive. For example, it has been announced that Kinzo only had a short time left to live.
残りわずかの生を惜しまず自らの死をメッセージとした。
Perhaps he did not regret losing his short remaining life and used his own death as a message, or to
そ
send
う
a
いう
message.
動機づけも不可能ではないかもしれません。
It might be possible to attach such a motive.
お嬢様、こちらの手番ですよ。
My lady, it is our turn.
まさか
死者の尊厳を踏みにじってまで犯人を生み出してくるとはな。
Indeed. To think you trampled even the dignity of the dead to create a culprit.
Stones, glass houses, Beatrice.
Yeah, I don't think she really gives a shit about that. Yeah, that's true, Henry. Which is why I'm waffling back and forth on whether or not the doors can be locked from the inside. Because the style of door, I've seen those, and they usually can't be locked from the inside. And that's also why Jessica even has a personal key to her room in the first place, that she keeps it on her at all times. Even on the inside. So. It's just like, I don't know how much we can read into that being, that implication, because we don't speak Japanese, and we've already established that the translation is not perfect. The population is... The translation. Thank you, Captioner. What a heartless, cold-blooded man. Paige over here like, yeah,
see? I'll set up the dead as the culprit. This worse than inhuman move is one you used to attack Cannon in the last game. Even though the games are different, I'm taking a shot back at you with this move. As a tribute to Cannon for that time. Just now I freed that Cannon from his regrets.
better watch out. Battler, she might actually just like reach out and strangle you at some point.
全員の死因が自殺でないことを確認すべきです。
You have no responsibility to hold back here. You should try to confirm that suicide wasn't the cause of any of their deaths.
復唱の要求を推奨します。
I recommend that you have that child repeated in red. That's a problem because, like, Kinzo did not resist his death.
Yeah.
He welcomed it, you know, with open arms, so that could be considered a suicide. And the same with Genji. So,
Right, but suicide's a naive word that won't corner her. Beto, this'll stop you. Repeat it. The 6 deaths were all homicides.
now that's true. Yeah, so good. He caught on to that suicide bit. That is painful.
Although,
It's also difficult to call, depending on her own definition of homicide, that is. It's also difficult to call Kinzo's death a homicide. Because a witch or a demon killed him.
yeah, but still, someone was in the room and perpetrated the death. It's what he's
But
trying.
Henry, they all had a master key on the inside as well. So it doesn't matter if it can't be locked in from the inside by way of like a latch or something like that. They have a master key.
Yep.
Everyone inside of except for Kinzo, everyone inside a room had a master key.
Exactly. What's wrong? All 6 of them were killed, right? I'm just confirming that simple premise we had from the very beginning, right?
That means it can't be Kinzo who did it either. Unless the boiler room can be locked from the inside without a key.
Yeah. Nope. It could not be Kinzo.
Okay, so like Genji is about the only one.
Yeah, it sounds about like Genji would have to be the one ordered by Kinzo, but carried it out by himself.
唱できねえのか？
Can't you repeat it?
復唱を拒否する。理由は特にない。
I refuse to repeat it. There's no reason in particular. But yeah, like her definition of homicide being that a person killed by another person or a human killed by another human may not apply to Kinzo because he was killed with magic by Beatrice.
Yeah. But I think she's counting that as being a homicide. Which is why
but
she's not saying
until we
anything.
get her to say that, we can't really know that.
ここでの復唱拒否はデザインと同
Because
じ
she's been very like strict about like maintaining that difference in definition of human and witch.
Yeah, that's true. You realize that refusing to repeat this part is the same as resigning, right?
チェックメイト！6人の中に犯人がいて密室構築後に自殺を図った。
Checkmate. One of the 6 was the culprit, and they planned to commit suicide after constructing the closed room. That's all.
待って。いや、その。You...
Wait, no, I'll say it.
望み通り赤を行使するぞ。
I'll use the red like you want.
6人は誰も自殺していない。
None of the 6 committed suicide.
どうだ？
How's that?
Ah, aha.
See? That's what I'm talking about, like the definition of homicide specifically. That's what's in contention here.
Yep.
これで満足か？
Are you satisfied?
切り返したぞ。切り返した。
You're getting like way too excited over this, Beatrice. I struck back. Sure you did.
なんだよ。言えるじゃないかよ。だがおかしいな。なんであんなに狼狽してるんだ？
What the hell? So you can say it, but that's strange. Why are you so panicky?
気のせいよ。
That's why you stuttered 4 fucking times on one word. It's your imagination. This time I'm even I'm feeling the pressure.
そうそう心にゆとりもないのだ。
That's right, I don't have any leeway.
深く気にするでない。
Pay it no mind. You're just gonna get him to pay more attention to it,
要
you
求
fucking
した
nerd.
副将が改ざんされていますよ。ごまかされ
The
ない。
line you asked that child to repeat has been altered. Do not be fooled.
ダメみたいですよ、お嬢さん。
It seems not to have worked, my lady.
そうか。6人全員他殺とは言ってない。
That's right. She didn't say the 6 deaths were all homicides.
6人全員自殺にあらず。
Yeah, so when you're looking at something like this, it can only be homicide or suicide. I mean, you could have like death by misadventure or like killed by an animal or whatever, but just assuming that there's no animals involved, it can only ever be suicide or homicide unless the person that did the killing is not human.
Yeah, but I think it could be death by misadventure. Or,
True.
or
Yeah, like Kinzo could have like accidentally lit himself on fire, I guess.
yeah, or even death
Although
by.
that's still suicide, because
No.
like he did it to himself. It's just accidentally.
Well, no, that wouldn't be suicide. Those are 2 different things.
Okay, hold on. Let's see this because I'm pretty sure suicide is a self-killing, no matter what, through any means.
I believe suicide has to be deliberate.
Okay, yeah, intentionally. Fair enough.
Yep. So, unintentionally unaliving yourself is not within the definition of suicide.
Okay, fair. But I just mean like a homicide even still counts no matter how it happened, whether it was an accident or not.
Yeah, homicide does count even if it's unintentional.
Or even justified.
Or even
Like
justified.
self-defense homicide.
Yeah. But yeah.
Like, no matter who was at fault, if anyone, a person killing another person is always a homicide.
So, misadventure or disease still comes into play.
I feel like some very specific timing for disease, though.
True. Unless it's Kinzo who died by...
Yeah, but then he also fucking got lit on fire afterwards.
So, maybe he was doing some sort of freaky magic ritual, and then he managed to light himself with a candle. Or something, I don't know.
You'd see the candle, probably, but yeah, I mean, fair enough. But yeah, like, the contention here for, especially for Beato, or at least the implication of contention here, is the homicide part specifically.
Yeah, so for some reason, she's not prepared to say homicide.
And knowing her, she's probably not willing to explain why either.
That's right, she didn't say the 6 deaths were all homicide, she changed it to none of the 6 committed suicide. Which means one of them wasn't killed by someone else and didn't commit suicide. I've got it. This is the truth.
6人の中に潜む犯人 X は5人を殺害後密室を構築した
Culprit X, who was hiding among the 6, murdered the other 5 and then set up a closed room.
そこから何かの方法で逃れるか隠れるかするつもりだったんだ
After that, they planned to escape from or hide in that room by some method.
ところが事故った
However, they got in an accident.
本人すらも想定しない理由により事故死し自ら望まない密室殺人を構築したんだ
However, they got in an accident. The culprit died from an accident that even they hadn't expected, setting up a closed room murder that even they hadn't desired.
これで決まりだぜベアトリーチェ
Now it's over, Beatrice.
チェックメイトだ
その程度でわらわが追い詰められると思うか
Smack my fucking leg on the desk. Damn it, did you think I'd be cornered by something like that?
この程度でリザインを叫ぶものか
I'd never announce my resignation over something like that.
その愚かなチェックメイトわらわの赤き宝刀にて何度でも叩き切ってくれようぞ
I'll slice up that foolish checkmate with my treasured red sword over and over again.
6人の中に事故死は
None of the 6 died in accidental.
Covering her mouth.
失礼。当方、ここで作戦タイムを所望いたします。
My apologies. We request some time to strategize.
しばしのご猶予をお許
You
し
get locked in a room accidentally and starved to death. Yeah. Please allow us a brief you'd say recess. Not postponement, recess. A brief recess. It's... Translators. Please. Please allow us a brief recess on this matter.
正当な要求です問題ないか
It's a fair request. Perhaps you should accept it.
ああ評価するぜ俺も今まで散々そいつをもらってる
Sure,
I
take
gotta
a
take a
break.
break too, because I gotta pee.
Been given those a lot lately.
今度はお前がそれを使う番
Now it's your turn to take one. Alright, we are taking a brief Ryo break.
Once I can actually stand up, hold on.
Alright, and we're back.
Hi everyone. Did you know that you can revoke founder status?
Really?
Yeah, I just found out. I was looking at the list and like it has an option to revoke founder status for anyone that's not currently subscribed.
Oh, okay.
So I could yoink yours if I wanted to. I'm not going to, but I could.
That would be very mean.
Might be something I'd do to Trig, but not to you.
ありがとうございます。さあ、お嬢様、こちらへ。
Thank you very much. Come, my lady, this way.
そして、心の中で静かに数字を100数えましょう。
And let us quietly count to 100 inside our heads.
Fucking love that.
It's like that one thing, that one VTuber thing that you showed me, where it's like the dude's just like got fucking keys on, just ready, the sound effect for keys
Mm-hmm.
to wave them around to keep people from being horny on the stream.
Yep. Renove quickly covered Beato's mouth with his hand as she grew thoroughly panicked and agitated, suspending the game. He pulled Beato away, supposedly to hold a strategy conference. Mostly to get her to calm the fuck down.
くそ。あの悪魔の執事め。ベアトが熱くなってる今が追い込む絶好のチャンスだったんだが。
Damn.
She was always hot.
Yes, absolutely she was always hot. Damn, that demon butler. When Beato got all hot, I had a perfect chance to corner her. Beato normally acted like she was graceful and above it all, but she actually had a really short temper and got mad easily. Which we've seen with her interactions with Shannon. The moment she is presented with certain things, she just goes off.
Mm.
Her usual intellect had less of a voice when she got excited.
ロノウェは冷静ですね。おそらくあの子に頭を冷やす時間を与えたのでしょう。
Runove is clearly thinking, or certainly thinking clearly. You probably gave your opponent some time to cool down.
あの子はあなたのチェックを外すことに意地になり、
The child grew too stubborn trying to remove your check.
いくつかの大駒をやすやすと見捨てようとしていた。
And was about to easily let several large pieces go.
第一の番など、所詮は前哨戦。
After all, the first twilight is only a
あ
skirmish.
の子は引き際を誤りかけた。
The correct move at that time would have been to withdraw.
つまり、どういうことだよ。俺のチェックメイトは成立したのかしないのか
So what does it mean? Did I reach checkmate or didn't I? You've forgotten the win conditions for you both. She didn't have to successfully argue that she existed. In fact, she can continue to have these games over and over until you give in. It's your job not to give in and to solve the murders.
It's not even really like a win for the bet or anything like that. That's just like something he wants to do.
Yeah, but it's also, I think, his only way out of this that would result in Beatrice letting him go.
Yeah, that's his only way out, but it's not his win condition.
Yeah.
チェックメイトにはまだならないでしょう。
That child was about to say something in red. He probably wouldn't have reached checkmate yet.
しかしおそらく、
But most likely,
頭を冷やしたあの子は、リザインを宣言するに違いありません。
you can expect our opponents to resign once they've cooled their heads. Really, you can just say calm down.
あの負けず嫌いがか
Or regain their composure or something. Like, you don't have to say cool their head over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Damn it.
You're joking, even though she hates losing that much?
ええ、負け戦は1秒でも早く兵を引き上げ、いかに損失を減らすかが肝要です。
Mm-hmm. If you're gonna lose anyway and you don't have anything to gain from, like, sticking around except for, like, pride, then you might as well just fucking jet.
Yep, exactly.
This is what we call a tactical retreat.
Yes, and those are real. It's
Yeah. It's not just a joke for, like, people running away. Those are actually things.
Yeah, that you do have to do quite often.
Mm-hmm. It's like, hell, I do those in, like, strategy games all the time. Like, when troops get, like, locked in, like, get attacked or ambushed or whatever by something that they can't beat, I was just like, all right, get the fuck out. Maybe leave one or two people behind to distract the enemy soldiers and then just fucking jet.
Yeah, absolutely. Because sometimes it is important to stay and grind it out, to deny them resources, or to make sure they have to pay for every single inch. But a lot of times it's just, let's get the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm. Just come back when you have more forces, or just, like, save those specific troops because they're hard to replace, or you just don't have the time, or you still have use for them, or whatever.
Yeah.
Or there's just no point in sacrificing them. In losing battle, it is essential to withdraw your troops as soon as possible to try and minimize your losses.
難しいのはそれが負け戦であるかどうかを測ること。
The difficult part is gauging whether it is a losing battle or not. Yeah, that is also true. It's
それを冷
the
静に判断して
that's the
いるん
hard
です。
part is figuring out whether or not your troops can actually win that fight and if the losses you'll take while winning are worth it.
Yep.
More or less, are you going to take enough resources away from them by sticking the fight out that will overshadow your own losses? Your opponent's butler seems to have calmly made that decision.
やれやれ。つまり、あと一息のところで逃げられたってわけだな。
Oh well. In other words, she managed to escape by a hair's breadth.
This is, by the way, also true in politics. Like when you're writing like political thrillers and all that stuff with a bunch of political intrigue and so on and so forth. It's also true here. It's not just for like battlefield or direct head-to-head stuff like debate sort of things like what they're doing.
Yeah, sometimes you do just have to basically take the L so you don't take bigger L's later.
Mm-hmm. Or lose something in the process of fighting back against that L.
Yep. Because you might, expend too many favors to try and, for example, get rid of a rumor about yourself, whether it's true or not. Sometimes you just have to...
Scandalous rumor.
Yeah, and sometimes you just have to accept that rumor exists. Because...
And if you have, right cards to play, you can just, let that rumor hit and then do something else, continue with your plans, and play a different card that will overshadow that scandal in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's definitely a tactical thing that sometimes you cannot win constantly. Sometimes you will have to run away.
Yep. Give me 1 second, I'm gonna blow my nose.
Alright.
でもこれはあなたの勝ちだと判断して良いでしょう。
Getting checkmate and delivering the final blow won't be that easy for me. I couldn't remember if I read that line or not.
向こうはギリギリで大きな損失を踏みとどまったようですが、それでもかなりのダメージを与えたに違いありません。
However, you should count this as your victory. It seems they barely managed to prevent a large loss, but they certainly sustained considerable damage.
その傷の深さはあの子の狼狽ぶりから十分理解できたはずですよ。
The scale of that child's panic ought to make the depths of that wound quite clear to you.
だな。これ以上いじめたら泣き出しちまいそうだぜ。
Seriously, it feels like she'd start crying if I bullied her anymore. See, we're on it. We're on Battler's corruption arc.
Mm-hmm. And also, the Bayato's softening arc a little bit. Like they're sort of slowly getting to meet in the middle sort of deal. Which is interesting.
Which is honestly pretty good, I think, for something like this. If it really is endgame Beto Battler, sure.
Mm-hmm. I just had the soft men make me a hard thing pop into my brain.
As we talked, Renove returned with Beto, who wore a meek expression. She didn't yet have her usual bold smile, but it looked like the blood wasn't rushing to her head anymore.
よう、お前の手番だぜ。次の一手は決まったかよ。
Hey, it's your turn. Did you decide on your next move?
リザインだ。この場はお前に勝ちを譲る。
I resign. For now, I will let you have your victory.
Beto told me that frankly. Seems she'd taken a far-sighted view, as though saying, you want to laugh, then laugh. It was a bit of a killjoy, and I lost my desire to deliver the final blow.
お前がリザインしたってのは俺の説もお前の説も 互いが相手を否定できないイーブンって意味だからな。
Well, now that you've
I can
resigned...
fix him. It says woman who is worse.
Well, now that you've resigned, that just means we're even, since my theory and yours can't deny each
負けって
other.
よりは引き分けって意味で受け取っとくぜ。
You should treat it
Don't
more
fucking,
like a tie
console
than a
your
loss.
opponent. You nerd.
But evil girl hot.
As I keep saying, it's not why hot if evil, it's hot because evil.
この場はわらわの負けだと言っておる。
I don't need your disgusting sympathy. I'm telling you that I lost this round.
そなたには雨に濡れた犬をさらに棒で叩く趣味があるというのか。
When you find a dog drenched with rain, do you have a sudden urge to whack it with a stick or something?
ねえよ、お前と違ってな。
Nope, I'm not you. Damn, Battler.
That's what I was thinking too, though, so...
Even though she ridiculed me horribly when I showed signs of defeat, this is the best she's got when the tables are turned. I did feel that was pretty cowardly of her, but I decided to act with dignity as the victor and let it slide.
You have no dignity, Vattler.
Beto resigned. That's the one result of the first Twilight. Beatrice couldn't counter my move of one of the six was the culprit, and that person died in an accident. Now, she probably could have countered it, but for some strategic reason she admitted defeat. It felt less like I'd won and more like I'd let her slip away at the last second.
The eternal chase.
In a chess match...
So which one is the Ravager and which one is the Red Doe?
Ooh, good question. Yeah, I would have to say Beto's the Ravager.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same. Although she also doesn't seem the type to, like, bow to the root for anything.
Oh yeah, no, she absolutely wouldn't do that part of that storyline.
Yeah, it's just like you have the option to say in that conversation, it's like, okay, what kind of fucking god would like join the root? What's wrong with you?
Mm-hmm.
He was like, yeah, what kind of god would join the root, Ravager?
Yeah.
Take the L, fucker.
Yep. In a chess match with a witch, battles can be fought solely with pieces known as X, which require no detailed explanations. Thanks to the Devil's Proof, I could create as many strange fictions as I wanted, and use them as fighters in our argument. But that only works in a chess match with a witch. In our human world, you can't use such abstract theories to explain things.
It's not even with a witch, it's this specific fight with this specific witch that you can do that with, because like the win conditions for the two of you have nothing to do with actual proof.
Yeah, this first
It's all
Twilight.
rhetoric for you two.
Yeah, exactly. This first Twilight was a chain of 6 closed rooms. Certainly may have been possible for a human. Beto wasn't able to deny all possibilities. However, I don't have a clue who committed the crime, or why or how they actually did it. It may seem strange to hear me saying this after I won, but for some reason I felt like I'd have been more satisfied if Beatrice had been able to say definitively that it was impossible for humans. Managed to avoid specifics using an abstract piece called X, but I couldn't deny the sense that some eerie intent that must never be known was filling up this entire mansion.
Like if I was Battler, I'd be taking like the times between like the turns to like write this stuff down and like make a fucking like conspiracy board of shit.
Oh, absolutely. Just fucking find some cardboard. It shouldn't be hard.
Yeah, just like magic some up because you're in a liminal space right now. It doesn't really matter who has magic and who doesn't. You just do the thing.
Alright, so how are we feeling? Are we still going or no?
Like part of me says no, part of me says yes, and I can't tell if that's like I just want to continue streaming because I like streaming, or if I actually can't keep going.
Yeah, let's call it here. We're at about, around 5-hour mark. So I think this is a good amount of time.
Okay, I mean we can just like sit here and chat for a little bit then.
Oh yeah, absolutely. For the YouTube side, I will say see you later. Join us for the next one.
See you, everyone.